nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but all back, all back, all back. 'Cause we're better together, better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but all back, all back, all back. Cause we're better together, better as one. 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 take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
little bit greater HP for Victor. The boosters up.
Just separation could be the reason why they don't close out this game. Swaying on the top.
I give it, look in my eyes.
There's Lying X looking to swing on through on the side.
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. Only spend time in the boat.
Close together, grouped up. A good nade might find all they're looking for. Leg Z, leg X.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the PUBGM Pro League Western Europe Summer Fall. I'll say summer every time until I get it right, and then I'll stop saying it. 2022. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined by Maxman and Kalaris. And gentlemen, we're finally into our final day here of our first phase, and a lot of the teams here, there's a lot of money, not money, there's a lot of points on the line, especially to be taken into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great opportunity for a lot of the teams that are maybe at the bottom to maybe get a few extra points heading into the finals, right? Potentially 20 point, I mean, not potentially, almost 100% sure the MADBULLS are going to get that 20-point lead heading into the finals, so they're looking good. And we got Livik for the first time, so that's always going to be pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, Kalaris, I know how you feel about Livik and how we saw that PMWI. I can't wait to see the action that will unfold with our 12 teams, but that's going to have to wait. But in the meantime, quick little shout out here to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner of PMPL. Maxman, have you figured what you're going to be drinking your Monster out of this time?
Oh, not yet. I haven't thought about it. But I got 4-day break after this, so you know what? I'll ponder about what I'm going to do. That's fine.
Okay. Maybe you can think about how Goku would chug a Monster right before fighting Frieza, since we have the Dragon Ball crossover with PUBG Mobile. You guys can check everything over on social medias down below. Max, who I'm sure is doing a lovely hand gesture because he always does.
Too late. Damn.
He's not doing it today. He's not doing it today. Okay. The one day I wanted to see it. Let's see our overall settings. If you've missed out on any of our 5 days of play so far in this first league stage, you're going to see that MADBULLS, as Max alluded to before, is just miles beyond everyone else.
Yeah, so far so good for them, right, Max? I mean, looking at the fact that they've got themselves 4 chicken dinners across this, so many podium finishes, and again, I really like the way in which they're rotating into locations and holding down their locations in terms of even just taking priority spots in a lot of these circles early on in the game with fast, decisive play. So far, they're looking head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when we saw MADBULLS play last year, actually, in like a championship, I believe it was, with some of the other CIS teams, and their aggressive nature was always what made them stand out, but now the macro is there too. Like, this is a very, very scary team, and I would say MADBULLS, potentially what they lack right now is international play. If they do make, you know, potentially later on into the championship and qualify that way, I think that's where they might struggle. But when it comes to regional prowess, like in this PMPL, I think they're definitely heads and shoulders above the rest. So MADBULLS are looking great, and so far teams need to try and play catch up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of catch-up that needs to be done out of, honestly, quite a few of these teams. But the thing is, like, these points will reset after this first phase. So you'll go back over to, you know, 0 when we kick off phase 2 happening next week. Right now, it's all about just getting as many points as possible to try to get the extra point or two, potentially more, into the finals. But as we look down the list, you can see Na'Vi in 14th place. You know, Na'Vi had a decent day yesterday. Finally able to see them get a chicken dinner and step up here, Kalaris. And, I mean, the question is going to come down to if they can maintain this.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, it's not only the first place that they got with the 8 eliminations, but also a 4th place with 4 eliminations, and then 2 6th places with 7 eliminations. So if Na'Vi's kicking back into gear properly, this is potentially scary in I would say future phases for the rest of the teams. Maybe today, yeah, you might be able to kind of scrap into that top 12 and salvage some points here, maybe get yourself onto that Livik. But right now, you're not aiming for the top 5, I feel like, as Na'Vi for phase 1.
And I feel bad, right? Because people out there might be wondering, why are we criticizing teams like Na'Vi so much? And I think we can all agree that Na'Vi is the team we think that could represent this region, the European Championship, and win the whole thing. Like, they are probably one of the most promising teams, at least in the past. But as we look at their last 4 days of play, and another team that we have high hopes for, Big, we can say they've definitely had quite a bit of a struggle here, Max.
Yeah, it's been a little bit tough for them. They did start rising up yesterday, which is good, but Big is not known for being a very momentum-focused team compared to Na'Vi. Na'Vi, when they start building up that momentum, they're going to keep that consistency and they're going to start closing off those wins to get those chicken dinners. That's what I at least expect from NATUS VINCERE currently. But, I mean, if we stopped right now, in 12th position, Big will be the team to qualify into the Livik match of match 6, right? So if nothing changes today, Big qualifies, Na'Vi doesn't. So Na'Vi, they improved, they got to still keep on improving, and Big, they got to keep also kind of performing what they did yesterday.
Be kind of a wild scenario if Big was actually able to ascend towards that Livik match, if I'm honest, because I feel like the start of this tournament for them was pretty tragic. Even the one chicken dinner they got early only came with 3 eliminations. It wasn't like a big chicken dinner by any stretch of the imagination, but yesterday they shored up some of their defenses. They looked a bit better about things, and this is a team that we know on edge play can sweep other teams, and I want to see that Big back.
Well, you know what? We did get to see both these teams have a step up yesterday. So we were looking at days 1 through 4. But what about yesterday in day 5? Take a look at least in particular, Na'Vi and Big's head-to-head highlights, because these teams, they finally had the breakthrough performance that we're expecting. You know what? No, I'm not even going to say that. I'm not going to justify breakthrough performance. They're having the performance that they should be able to have, considering the caliber of teams that we know they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's slowly getting closer to what we initially expected, right? Big, I think we knew that that was potentially going to be a struggle for them and a lot of the Western European teams, having all these new CIS teams joining in this lobby. So, of course, it was going to be a little bit more complicated for them. But no, Na'Vi, definitely, as you stated already earlier, like a PMGC representative in the past that did really well in PMGC 2020 in Dubai. And we still expect them to do really well. So they're slowly adapting to the lobby, I feel. Like, this game here was just an absolute robbery, in my opinion. I don't think it should have worked out.
No.
Okay, because you picked them, but okay, fair enough.
That's right.
But they are getting closer to what we initially expected, right? So the question is, can they retain that kind of momentum going forward, which I think they can. They did in the past, and if they can do so, I think they can become a big threat, especially with a big reset of Phase 2 and Phase 3.
Yeah, it was interesting as we looked at the highlights as well in terms of even just a big situation. And some of the top teams on Sanhok specifically are making wild changes. TJB, we've already seen that wild change. Big has also made a quite sizable change when it comes to the drop that they were going for a bit down towards the south and trying to wrap on up. So the fact that they did well on a northwest island on Sanhok whilst not dropping on the northwest island, to me, speaks volumes.
I would have to say, I would still want to see a change of Severny drop, at least a secondary drop location, please. Just a backup drop, I think that would help tremendously when it goes to Erangel.
Well, we can see here a little bit of a line chart about the points the teams got in each individual day. Go ahead, Colors.
Yeah, it's either that or you actually find yourself in a spot where you not only like split drop, go for a backup drop, or you go for a longer split drop across kind of Severny down towards shooting range and down towards some of those split compounds, which can work nicely too.
Yeah, my bad for cutting you off there. I mean, it is a good point you raised, but again, the teams is up to them to make the decisions if they do want to have a backup drop location or not. But looking at the days across, well, the last 5 days we've had to play here, Max, you can see Big. I mean, they did have like a decent day 2, and they had a good day 5, but 49 points, 46 points, like we still can see teams get, you know, way more than this pretty, well, not easily, but with a little bit of effort, I guess we should say. But again, considering they're playing only 4 matches a day, you should expect some lower numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's been by teams like MADBULLS and QODEX, but they've been struggling to like retain that kind of performance. Like have 2 big banger days in a row. You can see Big a little bit topsy-turvy, a little bit up and down compared to, you know, Na'Vi that has been consistent, but they slowly have an uphill trend here, it seems, with their points. So maybe they're just finding a strategy that's working for them, and that's the perfect timing. I gave a lot of time for these teams like, you know, TJB, Na'Vi 2. They have this first phase to like train, quote unquote, and then heading into Phase 2, Phase 3, you really need to bring the points back in to have a good head start in the finals. So as long as they hit that good training session in the Phase 1 and Phase 2 is definitely on point, I think that's what we can expect from them.
I would just hate to see one of these 2 teams if they just tried a little bit harder in the first phase, or they pushed a little bit harder in the first phase, maybe that would have been enough for them to qualify into European regionals, or maybe win the whole thing here, or maybe even get into PMGC, as we obviously have learned about just yesterday. But one team that is looking like they could represent us in PMGC, well, it's got to be MADBULLS. We got to take a look at them because they have just been phenomenal. 60 points in the lead over every other team. Not the team we necessarily expected to show up from the CIS region, but the team that we're getting.
And the fact that they're also really consistent when it comes to all of these different battlegrounds in terms of eliminations is really good. They don't have a weak map. They don't have a strong map. It's just, they're just good on I guess every single map is their strong map then, if that's what I'm saying. They're able to perform on every single map, and you see that can be the weakness of other teams, for example, that maybe only perform on Erangel. Sanhok and Miramar, not really their top maps, but here they just are able to perform every single time, always reaching a minimum of 20 minutes survival time. That means they always get into the late game. They're always able to frag out too. Like, those eliminations are really good for the amount of games they've played. So In MADBULLS, I just don't see a weak spot currently. They're efficient on their rotations, their aggressiveness is really good, their synergy is on point, and they control every single battleground. Livik is going to be a bit of a question mark, but he only got 1, so it doesn't matter that much.
I mean,
so they're on point.
Max, they have 39 eliminations on Sanhok and 40 on Erangel. Like, come on. To have that many elims on a map like Sanhok, which is like one of the hardest maps to get a high elim count on, that is just a true testament, I think, to how strong they've been.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because the main thing with them is they have really good macro. They're getting good position. The moment you have good position, eliminations come on their own, really, because you've got this lobby that teams are trying to push you. They're trying to breach your position in a good circle. You just got to defend it, and they do that extremely, extremely well. And then a point that also was brought up by Kalaris in the past is that they got this new coach, Pokemolod. I always struggle to say his name. Wait, I'm going to try. Pokemolodor. There you go, got it. That is actually helping the team along the background, I believe. So it really seemed like all of the aspects of their gameplay is top tier. So, I mean, yeah, currently I would still have to say it, MADBULLS is the team to beat here.
And maybe the Nova Killer, who knows? Maybe stop them from winning a 3rd title at PMGC if they can get there. But what about our top 5 players so far in this event? You know, you would expect there to be a lot of MADBULLS players, and we're going to find out actually how many of them will be in our top 5. But it's important to note that obviously there is still an MVP award at the very end of this whole event where you get $1,000 for yourself. And we will actually, funny enough, only have 1 player in the top 5 out of MADBULLS.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting because this is the very first stage, Jason, where MONIKEN is not one of the top fraggers. He was actually overtaken yesterday by Effect from MADBULLS, so that's a really big change of pace happening here. So really good on Effect to be able to overtake MONIKEN, which is surprising. MONIKEN was able to remain there for as long as, if I might say, after the big pop-off in day 1 and then kind of fizzled out. So yeah, MADBULLS been able to remain consistent. Effect is up there, but there's other players that can also be performing really well. For example, I can see Xeric is also not far out of this position. Xeric is also doing really well for the MVP position. He's actually 2nd when it comes to MVP with 30 eliminations, so he's just shy of being on this position. So very good. Otherwise, Pioneer, Izumitsu also able to remain up there pretty heavily. And I also have seen a lot of people on socials. Okay, saw it. NASA74, one of the Arabic players in this tournament with Death Machine, has also a lot of support behind him, and he has, I would have to say, Jason, been slowly but surely rising to the occasion here. So NASA could be a very, undercover MVP in the days to come.
Well, I think what's interesting to me, Max, is the fact that you have QODEX here in top 5 still. You have Death Machine in the top 5 still. When I feel like QODEX hasn't done anything since, what was it, that very first day of play?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? He's been able to get a few eliminations. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
it's just been
double
MONIKEN.
chicken dinners.
Yeah, exactly. It's just been MONIKEN pretty much soloing a lot of those eliminations a lot of the time, so he's just been able to remain up there as a solo. It reminds me a little bit of Icy with Unicorns of Love last season, where it would be Icy performing, the team not being there. It's kind of similar to that, but yeah, currently, if the team is not able to back him up, I don't expect him to be able to remain in such a high position on the top fraggers list, so it could be a little bit scary, but Oldboy is there. He's in 5th position currently, so Oldboy is still staying relevant, which is always good to see.
Before we do head into what matches we're going to be showing you today, I want to bring up the bonus point system that we did talk about on day 1. Now, these points are very specific to how you finish out a phase. Determining what place you're in determines how many points you get into our finals as an advantage. So for instance, if you're MADBULLS here, you finish out this phase in 1st place, you get 20 points straight in the finals. You literally start the finals with 20 points instead of 0. And this will happen over the course of 4 different times. So there'll be 1 after each phase, which means we have 3 phases, so that's 60 points you can get. But also at the end of all of that, the total point earner will get themselves an extra 20 as well, and then obviously down to 1. So you can potentially have, Max, an 80-point lead over some teams, or almost an 80-point lead when you get into the finals.
We've been alluding to like the reset kind of going into each phase, but you're not going to have a full reset for the overall rankings, and the overall rankings is what allows you to qualify into these finals. So sure, you got the reset, you can still get a few extra points, but if you did not perform in one phase in particular, which is the case for a lot of the top teams in this first phase, there's a chance that could actually hinder your chances of making it into the finals. So you need to step up now, otherwise it could be, your first phase could be the reason why you don't make it until the very last week.
Yeah, you basically have to have the, as Max would say, pedal to the metal the entire... no,
I say that,
I would say metal to the pedal. You would say it the other way, yeah. The entire time in this event, you cannot really afford to have a bad phase. You can't really afford to have too many bad days, or you might not make it into the regionals. But let's take a look at the matches today. Remember, we have 6. It's not 5 anymore. The last day of every phase, we'll have an extra match, and it will be over on Livik, as Max mentioned before. And we're going to be going into double Miramar and double Sanhok today with Livik at the end. And I'm excited to see how Livik's going to play out, to be honest. But I'm also excited to see if there's any teams who are going to make a massive step up here today.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I know that, you know, I'm going to speak for Kolaris, he's not here right now, but I know that Kolaris, he loves crabgrass, and he wants to see all the teams dropping crabgrass. You know, that's going to be happening, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, you could have a strat. No, there's less points to gain on that map. You're going to get 10 points for chicken dinner. So if you want to try something a little bit weird, potentially even a hot drop on a team or do something a little bit out of the ordinary, you can go for it. It's one Livik match. You can have 3 total throughout the entirety of this event. So if you want to try something new, feel free, go for it.
I mean, not to mention there's different points as well awarded on Livik, where you get 10, I think, for a chicken dinner. But Max, actually, I did hear from Kolaris as well, that he's not with us right now. He said, actually, he's been cheating on his predictions the entire time. And also because of that, because he's admitting to it, he's actually going to have you shave his eyebrows. So we'll see that happen at the end of this entire, not show day, but the entire PMPL Western Europe season. Let's take a look, though, at another quiz that is proposed to the talent here. It's a question about GK first and about his favorite dish. It's Turkish kebab, and he's ready to do anything for it. The question for us is this true or is this false?
Okay, I went with no.
Okay. Yeah,
I went with no personally, because if it actually turns out to be the case and he loves it, okay, GK, I'm going to make you a promise right now. If you step up today, I will offer you like a full meal, okay? I'll do it, I promise. So if you do anything for it, I want to see a step up today from TJB. That's my deal.
See, I said no as well, just because, well, they're in Italy, and I don't know how easy it is to get like a Turkish kebab in Italy when you have such amazing food in that country.
He's from China though, so like he's Mr. Worldwide. Like he goes all over the place. Okay, it's
he's Pitbull.
Yeah, okay. Exactly.
I believe Kolaris said yes. He has to be the. Oh my God, he's right. Oh no. Oh no. I don't believe this.
Okay, the deal stands though, GK. Okay, I'll pay you a full meal if you win and you step up. Okay, whatever you want, Turkish kebab, I'll do it.
I don't believe this result. I think someone's messing with us. Kolaris is just sitting there laughing in his void where he's not existing right now. Let's throw it to our casters who are existing. We got John on a blank to take you into the first match of the day.
I'm glad that I exist today for the final day of Phase 1, Blank. We're going to be getting into the games. We're going to have the special Livik game at the end of today as well. We've got 6 games, and we're ready and raring to go.
We are, yeah, 100%. Obviously, we've got a couple of Miramars going on, and also that Livik, as you mentioned. Kolaris, quite amusingly, not even there, still getting things right, even though the boys tried to sabotage him earlier on. I didn't hear any of those things, but, you know, I could also be wrong. I would like to see Max try to shave Kolaris' eyebrows, but with how spiky and steely those things are, I don't think that a razor would go up against them. You probably need to get yourself one of those hedge trimmers.
I think the hair itself is probably the least of the issues. I think James wouldn't be too keen. You'd have to sellotape him to a lamppost to get him to calm down.
That
able
is
to get
right,
towards
John.
him.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what kind of sellotape you use. Something strong, hopefully. But we are heading over to Los Leones, where we do have some strong teams dropping in with us. See if MADBULLS can keep it up today. And there is a few things that are on my mind. Just ruminating up in there. It is a vast space of emptiness, so you know when there is an idea thrown in, it tends to bounce around quite a bit and cause a massive amount of ruckus. But MADBULLS drop out the plane nice and early. Now, Jason was talking, well, you know, you need to perform very well in all these phases, so you might not be able to get into those finals. Somewhat agree, somewhat disagree. I think at the moment, with the way that a lot of these teams are operating, in which we're having so many different step-ups each day from different teams, I proposed the idea earlier on in this tournament that we might have a case where you go into the finals and everyone's really evened out. At this rate, where MADBULLS are so consistently ahead of everyone else, where it's a case of, you mentioned this, John, I'm going to steal your point right now. Hope that's okay. Is that okay, John?
Yeah, go for it.
Thanks, man. So your point was that, you know, they're not doing better than everyone else most of the time. They're just staying on course with everybody else underneath them. But I suggested that also they have those big pop-off days, which starts to bring them points ahead. So they were on 40 points ahead, now they're on 20 points ahead. And that's just some pop-off days, which is absolutely fine for them. So if they continue this pace and we keep getting random teams doing well on different days and MADBULLS just being that glorious consistent at the top, they're going to be coming into the finals with nigh on 80 points if they can keep this up.
Would be pretty spectacular. We'll have to be looking out for the teams that are going to be competing, you know, coming in at over the 4 possible bonus point phases, right? You could potentially see someone on 76 if they do claim all of those 80 points, right? So there's only a 4-point difference, so we're going to be looking out for the teams who will be sat there trying to compete for that sort of position. Eastern Stars and Big competing for one of their own, La Bendita in the crater.
Well, Big is for everyone in this area, John, at this point in time. Miramar, these Stars will get at least one pick off over towards Big. So now down to 3. Classic Big things, right? You know, you never want to play as 4. Playing as 3 applies pressure and encourages you to do better. That is my new phrase and my new saying. And really, it's just the creed at which Big live by. It's a bit unfortunate for them. I wish they wouldn't play so much like this.
RV losing Tixie on a forward position against TJB, who have decided that this is the time that they want to go on in, but it looks like some trades are maybe coming on through. Although there's only one knock. Actually losing Matic as well for Na'Vi. Dropping up towards water treatment. I mean, TJB had been dropping near Hacienda on this eastern side for a while, so Na'Vi should have, well, they should have been aware of this, and if they were, they kind of decided to go for this fight, right?
Yeah, usually La Copleria team, and it might have just been the playing path that they're not able to get up there, or they adjust their approach down towards water treatment, come full contact with TJB. And with TJB being such a volatile team in just terms of sometimes they're amazing, sometimes, to be quite frank, they're very bad. So it's a team that I can't quite put my finger on because I just never know whether they're going to be super cold or super hot. It's just not worth it, really. But for me, yeah, TJB, there needs to be some kind of leveling out of that gameplay. I need to see the game where you wipe 2 players from Na'Vi right off the bat every single game. Not just wipe 2 players right off the bat and then next game fall over like a twig in the wind.
Like a twig in the wind.
That's right.
Oh, that's I'm going to get that on a poster. Put it above my bed. I like it. Twig in the wind.
Twig in the wind. It's a very weak little branch. It's not going to survive the winds that are coming for it in phase 1 of the PUBG Mobile Western Europe.
Some would
tournament.
say that a thin and flexible twig is more likely to stand up, would be more likely to survive the wind than a strong and sturdy, branch that is potentially more brittle.
I never said that it was a flexible twig. This is a very rigid twig.
Okay, a rigid twig in the wind.
There you go. So, you know, you got to be careful, man. You got to get all the information first.
Right.
You went straight to the assuming there.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah, which is exactly what Na'Vi did as well. They just assumed there would be no one in that area to challenge them, and they move away from what is generally a very safe spot up in La Copleria. It might have just been a case that they were both dropping on the same vehicles to head towards La Copleria. But again, it's one of those cases you've got to be really careful. In fact, that would make the most sense, is that both these teams dropped on vehicles to try and hold out. And again, you don't really expect someone from the center of the circle to try and go for these vehicles so madly, so early. But TJB, they want them.
It seems like they're going to get them. Game Lord, though, might have something to say about that. You can see them on the map at the moment. As we're on board with Shockwave, this is all the way in the northeast. Look at that. It looks like Game Lord are moving up from San Martin, and ARB are going to fill that gap that is going to be potentially vacated by Game Lord. TJB potentially on the hunt for the rest of Na'Vi, though.
Yeah, it looks like they've got a little bit of loot on board and they're going to head on over, but it's Game Lord that we'll have to be aware of. They got caught out by this team. I say caught out yesterday, and I think Game Lord just took the process a little bit too far, in which case they also got caught out in the process. So we got to be really careful, especially playing out in the open ground, like on the ridge sides, on the little peaks. A lot of people can see you. And now this is something that Game Lord is going to be extra considerate about in this game, with the circle being so central as well this time around, John. So it's not something that you can, you know, just get away with so easily when you're right on the western side of the circle anymore.
Can't keep getting away with it. It's just not going to work out. The Golden Dorado. I know it's a Dorado, but I call it the Dorado. It's beautiful. Every single time, I'm a fan.
The Golden City of Dorado.
That's right.
Golden Vehicle of Dorado. There you go.
Exactly. That's right. And it rhymes, which means it's true.
Yeah. That's how things work in real life. Ruthless Esports on the south side. Now, this is a rotation that I can respect. I think a fair few times they have got themselves caught down towards Picardo, or towards Pioneers, maybe getting themselves caught tangled up in that crossfire, that combat between Nexus and Pioneer that has been popping off recently. And especially if you look at yesterday's VODs and you see how well Nexus is doing, you don't want anything to do with that.
Ooh. A couple of shots from Take-Aim Gaming, not going to slow the approach of the two Shockwave players. Moving forwards, Nightmare cruises on in. That's not a good nade. That is the worst case scenario for Take-Aim Gaming. They knock their forward player. The rest of the team going to have to push up to back this up and kind of force themselves into an engagement with Shockwave if they want to stay up as 4. Do they just disengage here?
I mean, for Take-Aim Gaming, you leave your boy behind. There's no way you pick him back up. You're down a player right off the bat. And for Shockwave, it's just a case of instantly sweeping that top side because they now have advantage. And there's no way Take-Aim Gaming can solidify that stronghold they had on the high ground. So yeah, for Take-Aim Gaming, it's just an unfortunate knock that comes through early to a bad nade through the window. A little bit sad for them. TJB down towards water treatment again. I really don't like this position that TJB plays because it's out in the fields and they play several... well, they play a split here. I know it doesn't seem too much, but with this being Miramar, that is actually quite some distance between these players. And they play it in open fields. I would much rather see them like try and take a ridge side over towards the top of Hacienda. I guess with the open fields, it just gives them like very quick routes out of there if they have the vehicles and just pray to God that no one takes some pot shots at them as they're passing through. Again, that is a very, very unlikely scenario either way.
A lot of teams taking early casualties here. Oh, insult to injury. Oh, the boom, boom on the replay there. That is not good. Just strafes in too early. I mean, hits the window.
Yeah, you can see why he strafes though, right? He sees the player from Shockwave peak. It's actually a good thing to have that replay because it's not technically just a massive misplay from him. He's not aimed it incorrectly. He's just mistimed it. Because he knows he has to get back into cover as soon as that player peeks round. He's completely in the open, but the nade just leaves the hand a little too early. Pioneer taking shots from Eastern Stars. Simmers down to 3, as is Big, who are behind the pack, just behind VIRTUS.PRO, that's on the southeast side. So they're yet to find their way in. Eastern Stars have found themselves a route of ingress, though. This has worked out for them.
Yeah, and they're spotting Pioneer fairly low, but Kapahala shut down from across the way from the off angle from Pioneer. Kame is in position to maybe go for the res here, but Bazzi's also down, and this is absolute dismantling of the push coming through. Pioneer holding out really nice and strong with this off angle across the road.
You take a risk, right? I took a risk as well by inhaling too quickly.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. The risk paid off. It's fine. I got enough oxygen to actually talk again. But yeah, I think you take the risk. If you're Eastern Stars, you try and send central, try and find a position to play around with. If you've got vehicles, you just drop the smokes and then try and set up an impromptu bit of cover for yourself. It's not a compound by any means, but it's somewhere to stay. Unfortunately for them, Pioneer do spot them as they come in, and there's a few off angles already set up by Pioneer. Obviously very close to Picardo in the beginning of the game, and they're able to get into position fairly quickly. And Eastern Stars, after that fight with Big, had to be extremely careful on the rotates with just 3.
Team Doom, they are down to 3 as well. Spot TJB, but these cross-compound knocks really mostly focused on damaging the armor, damaging the helmets, right? That's what they're going to be mostly attempting to do, because, I mean, the choice is, if you get a knock, do you go for the crash? The answer most of the time, especially in this specific engagement between these two teams, is going to be no, right? So you just get that damage on board. If you get 2, then maybe you have a chance to go for a send, but even then, there's a lot of time between you mounting up and you getting there. They can get those reses in.
Yeah, really, you're claiming territory, right? You're just striking out, making sure everyone knows that in this area, this is claimed by a certain team. And the only time where you would get that knock and then push is if it's a favorable position towards you. Now, this isn't great for TJB, and they will have to make a quick movement. This is why this position becomes a little bit more daunting. I hope they've got buggies, because if they do, they should just be able to get themselves up that ridge side and straight over the top into a better position. Still, there is one player left behind, probably playing backstop there, just watching if anyone does come their way, supporting the rest of his team whilst they are just on the broad side. But they do get up. It's NEXUS all the way down towards that southwest side coming in through the roads. That is slightly dangerous. I'd like to see what they do here to kind of alleviate some of that pressure as they come through basically into crossfires from 3 different teams.
Heavy shots towards the center there. Difficult territory. MADBULLS navigating the engagement with Take Aim Gaming. Again, going down to the nade in the first. Effect does get traded off there, but the door frame not quite held. Only the one player there and spotted out across the way. That was Game Lords chiming in with a third party. MADBULLS stay up with all 4 of them alive in San Martin.
I think... I can't see exactly who was left alive there. I think it was... Is it Zarek or Monkey that was left up? Monkey, yeah. So Monkey was left up in the end of that fight, but Skills is all off on the other side of the road there. So he's holding down a compound, providing information back to the rest of his team. Fairly bold play here. We'll have to keep very silent as the Arabian champions come through. But this is not a bad idea to hold a player over there. Just in the eventuality the circle does head down towards the south, you want someone covering your back as you do have to cross that road. Zarek gets back up on his feet, and that's MADBULLS up to 4. And they do pick up a fair... Oh, only 1 point. So Game Lord were able to steal a lot of those away from them.
Oh, okay. I guess, I mean, around the outside, right, is where they were trying to hold all of those positions. And Game Lord, I guess, just had those off angles to be able to pick that up. And I think Game Lord also... I think it was Game Lord just took down the Eastern Stars as well.
No, Pioneer. Pioneer were able to get a lot of them down, and I think they just... I think you might be right there, just taking out the final player of Eastern Stars, which sits them out of the game, unfortunately.
That is unfortunate. NEXUS spotted by ARB. Up the top of the hill. Game Lord are now turning their focus over towards Pioneer, and it's going pretty well for them right now. VIRTUS.PRO are chiming into this fight. Seemingly up the top there in the Hacienda, Game Lord really, really doing well with their 2-2 split, as they have players down the hill to the northwest as well.
It's one of the strongest 2-2 splits in this particular circle, right? Because they essentially have the 2 highest points in the zone. Yeah, it might be a bit hard to come down from here, but what else is hard is getting up there in the first place. It's not easy to send players up. And then when you get a shift like this that heads up towards the northwest side, you know, Akashi and Victor can quite easily now head on over towards Robs and Narvalo's position. And similarly, if we shifted down towards the southeast, again, there would have been an anchor point for the rest of the guys from Robs Narvalo to head over towards. This is playing out very well for Game Lord, and this is an instance where, you know, I can really praise a team that, you know, yes, they've had the circle, right? This is traditionally where they drop, but they made the most out of it. As soon as it dropped here, they were like, right, let's set up in these 2 really strong high grounds, and we'll play around from there. They are regrouping on the rest of the boys' position. Akashi and Victor both in the same vehicle, just razzing it across right now. For Romania men, maybe a problem as they're sending in onto the northeast side.
And again, just taking damage from VP as the crash goes on the southeast side. These buildings providing the cover necessary. And another nade in from Yankee, tearing that cover apart as he steps up. 2 players are up. They did get that res through. Yankee spraying down the door frame. Black-White drawing the attention, allowing the heal to come through from Fash, but doesn't manage to get it off. Instead, has to go for the fight. There's the first backstab coming through. Attention was pulled that way, but now it's just Fash and Black-White. They're doing well. They're doing all right, but Fash does fall down yet again and flushed this time around, so no res there. 2 players from VIRTUS.PRO against the 1 from Pioneer around the corner. Black-White, last standing, moves up the side, in through the window, might spot a player, no, gets away to cover on the outside, and now they can start to corral this solo player, but he's wily, he's on the foot.
Yeah, they get Yankee back up there, and they're just getting more bodies into the fight, and it becomes infinitely more hard when you got a 1v3 as opposed to 1v2. They had to get at least one clean knock there, but VIRTUS.PRO does not let that fight go down easily. I respected Mir there, you know, he held onto that. TJB crashing into Game Lord. Already a lot of the members are down, and it's really only Victor, so they do move back. Game Lord, 3 players knocked. Has to pick up Narvalo first. He's the quickest one bleeding out here, but TJB still with 3. Start to make the push through. Good smokes will deny some of that movability just for a little bit. Just got to be careful of those nades coming through. So TJB still just waiting things out before making the initial push.
Seeing a lot more use of the Tommy gun these last couple of days. I think that's just waiting for a UMP to come through. And in fact, I think that was just the hot swap there. Game Lord now rebolstering themselves. TJB let that momentum go there on this engagement. The question I have is, did they want to just fully disengage? Do they not even want to take this fight? Because it feels like they have allowed Game Lord a second chance at this when they didn't really need to.
I would 100% agree. I think they were careful because they imagined nades were coming back through. You can see the smokes that were placed down by, I assume, Victor, which are really, really good at denying the sightlines from TJB, but also you got to be careful running through them just in case a nade just pops through the smoke and at your feet, in which case it's bad news bears going forward. TJB looking for some more high ground around this compound. This is right on the northeast side. There's no one else here to provide support to either of these teams.
Valo now in the ground floor. Spots a player upstairs, and it's 2v1 on the hold. Chow finds one, but taken down by the second as Narvalo hits the top floor. Victor was not knocked previously, so a little bit slower of a bleed out there. They're looking for more. One player as well knocked again. GK first outside. Tingsker now last standing for TJB. Zakashi drops down onto the outside, forced into the garage. There's the spray. What can you do? Akashi low and knocked as well, but Tingsker has more to worry about than that. Narvalo will be able to get this res. Everybody will stay alive for Game Lord on their high ground that they held for so long.
Real instant refrag as well. Did not want to let that player get the flush. You know, the Game Lord's very good when they're up as 4, so I think they're very cognizant of the fact that they had to quickly back up Akashi there, and Narvalo's like doing the lion's share of the work. That's not how nades work, don't worry, it is going to go forward.
One would hope. MADBULLS not feeling the brunt of it just yet from VIRTUS.PRO, but finally Chilika pulls the trigger, and there's the flush from Old Boy as well. So all of a sudden the MADBULLS lose a member, and looking to lose maybe one more as Skills gets knocked as well. Beast is there on the sidelines, potentially proving to be a spanner in the works. Swave as well. It's right there. Ooh, spots a couple of cheeks poking out, and Old Boy takes the elimination. MADBULLS dismantled by VIRTUS.PRO on this push. Old Boy keeping it going.
As per usual, it is Old Boy. He's such a dominant force within the lobby at the moment. Instantly hits the first aid kit, back into action once again. There's real no stopping of him once he gets grooving, right? You know, he just continues to apply the pressure. Mollies do go in. Unfortunately, will get caught by the off angle from Na'Vi. It's only the 2 players though. Again, big, sending shots in. These guys have the 3 players. Again, our under pressure team.
Everybody's starting to get really, really harrowed by this urban situation that they're mostly going to have to leave now. Only 2 teams, actually, with 4 players alive. Shockwave and ARB. VIRTUS.PRO, they do have 4, but they're looking for that res. As Ruthless Esports go down to the nades. Okay, VIRTUS.PRO do get back to 4, so there's 3 teams with all 4 of them standing.
Yeah, Game Lord lost 2 in the process, but 10 eliminations this game. I mean, you've got to be happy with that. You're already onto, I believe that's the 3rd place for themselves. So this is, it's already gone fairly decently. Now they just want to keep laddering up, and they have pretty central compound to do that in. Shockwave up towards the north side, probably going to be their biggest problem, but we are having urban combat down towards the south side.
Ooh, Dadaev cut down first. And flushed out as well. MUERTE taken down on a spray down the stairs from Sarah. Excellent firepower. Cannoning down the stairs there. Keep NEXUS at 2.
You imagine that there's going to be a Shockwave game, honestly. I think it'd be very, very difficult for it not to be a Shockwave game. There would have to be some real miracles coming through. But Game Lord, they have a decision to make now, which is, do they try and hold out some of these teams and risk getting knocked? Because if one goes down, the whole thing starts to crumble down around them. So they have to be really careful. But if they can get some knocks on these players coming out, they could potentially ladder up, because they're just forcing teams to stay out in these compounds for longer, in which case they have to fight for longer. And consequently, because of that, there could be less teams and they will ladder up even more.
VIRTUS.PRO, 8 eliminations so far, all 4 of them alive. A little bit shaky on the armor there, but it's still triple threes for Old Boy. A dangerous force to be reckoned with. Big spotted out. VIRTUS.PRO are not done yet. Finding everyone. Tulika around the side. Ooh, does get cut down by Wadea on the off angle. They have their own problems to deal with in the duo from Na'Vi rocking up. Looks like they might be spotted. Wadea healing,
yes,
going to work out.
That was the correct play. As soon as they hear that fighting right on their edge, Game Lord steps out for just a second and takes one knock. And that's realistically all they need to do. Now they need to understand whether there's players on their top side seeing the trajectory of the bullets and where they're landing on the floor as well. They should know that's coming from the north. So they'll get back into cover. But they've done enough. They've done absolutely enough. That went from 8 teams cut down to 5. So already, Game Lord in a really good position. And Shockwave is not taking any chances with this chicken dinner.
Oh boy, it's doing so much work. I mean, putting that nade in the back there, excellent. Now need to find Meku, the last player standing for Na'Vi. NEXUS are taking heavy punishment as Redox looks for a heal, but they're out in the blue now, so they're just going to have to wait it on out. Tulika looks for the spray. They know the general position now of the last Na'Vi player, and they will be able to find it. Game Lord up the hill, spotted by Yankee. They know there's a player there now. Narvalo moving back past these generators and plays at the back of this concrete pad. With the oversight from Shockwave, Narvalo is penned in.
Yeah, it's really hard for him to do anything here because he can't take a full-on engagement with the VIRTUS.PRO guys because they're sending nated. Now it's all just down for Game Lord to try and live as long as possible, but this little platform will be the battleground, in which case Shockwave and VP will do battle. And the fact that VP have been able to get through this one with 13 eliminations at this point in the game, with 4 players, is nothing short of absolutely a miracle for themselves, but it's a miracle that they've made happen.
Shockwave have complete control over this next zone, though. NEXUS, the 3rd team in the fray right now, but looking like that one's going to go down soon enough. That airdrop might prove to be useful cover if they have a vehicle to crash on in, but I don't think VIRTUS.PRO are going to have that after their long on-foot stretch through the settlement.
The difference between Shockwave and VIRTUS.PRO right now is the VIRTUS.PRO is coming out hot from combat. They are absolutely raring to go. They're fired up. And Shockwave have been so silent this entire time that it might just be a case that that's the advantage that VIRTUS.PROs need, because they will be getting these shots off instantaneously. They're feeling good about themselves. They've got through that with 4. That's 14 eliminations as well now down. And Tulika actually somehow manages to find an off angle, almost gets the shots. We'll send a few more in, but that's going to lock those 2 players down and enable the rest of VP to try and move up. Trazy, you can see, already moving, and the nades are coming through on top of it.
That's the danger as well. They didn't know exactly where these players were, but now Old Boy can zero in on this nade trajectory. Looking to try and hold this ridge line. They need some answering shots, but Yankee and Mur both shut down. That is an excellent answer for Shockwave to consolidate their position, to play this 2-2 split effectively. Old Boy and Tulika with it all to do now against 3 from Shockwave. Nightmare is there. Spotted out. Tulika wants to go for this spray. There is the threat of Azer across the way, but it's Trazen to take the final blow there. And now there's just the one. It is Old Boy with all the work to do. Only one, and it will be Shockwave to take it home from the north.
Does zap one, but unfortunately Shockwave had just such a strong position. But it's not like they didn't try for that at all. They had a lot of eliminations coming towards the end of that game. That was 4 on top of the 9 or 8, I believe, that they had there. So it was a 13 or 12 elim finish. Oh, dear me. Where are you looking? You are really going for that game. I like that a lot. But yeah, I think that VIRTUS.PRO still could have maybe made something happen there if that circle didn't head up towards the northern side, John. But again, that is the kind of VIRTUS.PRO that I like to see. Oh, you're back. Okay. You're just playing statues.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, I've just got to try and blend in with the background. I've got to not move. If I don't move, they can't see me. Hopefully Tulika doesn't see me because he was fragging at his mind this game.
Yeah, he was very much pumping. I think that's around about half of their eliminations that came through from Tulika alone. And 1,200 damage, the 1, 2, 3, 1. Very satisfying. That is some real good stuff coming through from Tulika. And we thought Oldboy was doing the majority of the damage there, but no. Tulika, in fact, just absolutely dominating from VP. Again, it's terrifying to watch Oldboy at work.
Speaking of terrifying, the analyst desk.
Unfortunately for you, Blink, your work involves having to watch Oldboy and watch him be flawless. Max, were you waving? Why are you smiling?
He just said, oh, okay, I guess you didn't listen. Okay, we just...
I heard it.
Okay, cool. You just ignore it. Cool, fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, no, what a great game though. Honestly, we were watching that, and when it focused on Haciendo, we talked about MADBULLS as being like the team in the perfect position, Max. And I want to start off talking about that before we transition to Shockwave a bit, because obviously the zone kind of didn't go their way.
Yeah, I mean, that push from VIRTUS.PRO was on point onto that position of MADBULLS. Like, MADBULLS had the perfect position earlier when the circle started going towards San Martin, because they saw a lot of the teams that were trying to enter through San Martin, so they just played on the edge. If it moves away from San Martin, they're going to gatekeep all the teams moving. If the circle goes towards San Martin, they're already there and they can gatekeep teams trying to enter San Martin. It's a really good position that offers you a lot of possibilities later on down in the game. But this time, you had VIRTUS.PRO banking onto the eastern side, smoking out all of the entry points. You had like 4 or 5 entry points in that warehouse, and they just clear every single one of them with those smokes, denying visibility, and then they can just push the building, eliminate one, two extra players from MADBULLS, and then just clear the entire team. So that breach from VIRTUS.PRO was on point and just enabled all of this endgame to happen for them in the first place.
And yeah, Shockwave, I mean, to be fair, I did notice Shockwave as well, and I mentioned when we're talking about MADBULL, that it's very dangerous the position they're in, because it's very gimmicky, right? If the zone goes their way, then they're looking good. If it doesn't go their way, well, you have to push into the city, which is going to be very difficult to do. It's a tough decision, I guess we should say, Max, but in the end, it worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that by being in a position like that, you're almost 100% certain a fight will come your way eventually. It's just how prepared are you going to be for that fight? And unfortunately for them, it seemed like VIRTUS.PRO were just a little bit more prepared for it. So all good on their side. But yeah, we had some decent early game action here. TJB, unfortunately, I promised a Turkish kebab, but he's not interested. I'm telling you, Jason, GKFS not interested with the Turkish kebab. Feels bad. Maybe if I say 2 Turkish kebabs, GKFS will maybe step it up a little bit. But yeah, you can see we're going to see the breach eventually coming up here when you're going to be seeing that engage happen. Game Lord also getting a good game. And there, this is the moment VIRTUS.PRO looking like, okay, we get the first knock. We can close that gap. You can see in the background they're smoking all of the entry points, denying visibility, and then Oldboy, as Blank said earlier, like really going at work in this game and just doing most of the heavy lifting in that fight versus MADBULLS. But man, to look at the end there, Jason, really doing a lot of work to like offer a really prime angle for his team.
Yeah, the thing is, VIRTUS.PRO again pick up a massive amount of eliminations in this match, and we've been talking about them time and time again. They've been trying to close that gap up against Eastern Stars in our top 4, and they might have been able to do so here off of this match. And what's so crazy to me is, like, we know Oldboy played with Na'Vi back in PMGC, was it last year, if I'm not mistaken, maybe it was the year before, and he wasn't, and then we had Kitsune come into the team as well from Cloud9, but Kitsune wasn't allowed to play. We saw the Between the Battlegrounds where Oldboy wanted to bring Kitsune back into the team. This man has just so much depth of knowledge in this game and so much experience behind him, and he still has the mechanical skill to support all this. He really is a massive threat and such a big asset to any team, and I think we're seeing VIRTUS.PRO rise to be one of the newest, or the new strong teams here in this region. Yeah,
I mean, purely was how, sorry, I was going to say Na'Vi because I'm so used to saying Na'Vi for Oldboy. When they were deciding to approach that compound of San Martin, they were fully like led by Oldboy. I have the impression he's the one going for the pushes initially. The team was behind him, following up in really good fashion. The march was clean. And then he just like gave the upper hand to Tulika, and Tulika went on that push towards Shockwave over to the northwestern side, denying the angle of the 2 players on the forefront from Shockwave that were in that position where Game Lord was standing. So yeah, I really enjoyed what Tulika did. Unfortunately, the moment Tulika goes down, SHOCKWAVE now get the upper hand, and then they can close off the game. So SHOCKWAVE, able to put some really good fight, and they got 2 really good circles up north, but they were not idle, Jason. That's the most important thing. They were willing to send 2 players forward, push on Game Lord, eliminate the entire team, then shift the focus on the rest of Na'Vi. So, I keep saying Na'Vi, VIRTUS.PRO. So overall, it's just force of nature now, force of habit. But yeah, SHOCKWAVE, I think that they've made some big changes. I had the chance to talk to their coach, Zozo, and they've made a lot of changes in the background. He didn't want to tell me what, but all I got to say, the results are here currently. So SHOCKWAVE looking very impressive.
Kalaris is actually from the other side, from the void that he's currently living in, actually brought up a good point when it comes to SHOCKWAVE. And if you look at their previous results so far in this event alone, and I'm just pulling up on my screen, which is why I'm looking over here, they've had this massive drought. They had in match 2 a 2nd place finish, and then they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 matches before they have a podium finish yet again, where they get a 3rd, a 1st, a 2nd right in a row, and then they have a 14th and a 2nd, 4th. Something has definitely changed in the team. Yeah. Maybe it's that learning period for them, as we've been talking about, because they have completely become a different team here in this last couple days alone.
Yeah, as I said, I talked with a coach on Instagram, and he did say they made some really big changes, went back to the drawing board.
They won't tell you.
Yeah, I want to have them for an interview because they speak French. I could potentially I could translate again if needed. Okay. But it would be cool. I really want to have some insight on what changed between the first part of this phase and what we're seeing now, because it's night and day what is happening for SHOCKWAVE. And man, guys, keep it up, because currently looking great. They're looking to make into the Livik, and they are looking to be potentially a top contender if they keep these results in.
You know, it's crazy, right? Going into this event, if you look at the French teams, you'd be like, okay, Game Lord's probably going to be the French team over SHOCKWAVE just from prior results. You look at the CIS teams, Na'Vi probably going to be the best team over MADBULLS, over VIRTUS.PRO. And it's the whole script has been flipped here, because you got MADBULLS towards the top, VIRTUS.PRO towards the top, and you have SHOCKWAVE towards the top. And the teams that we expected to do well have yet to really hit that level of momentum or that level of consistency that we expected. So some crazy things happen so far, Max, but we obviously do have our second map coming up momentarily, and it will be over on Sanhok. And we know one thing about MADBULLS is they're extremely good when it comes to Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, they're super quick to make their decisions and act on those decisions in particular. So, yeah, I think we can expect some good stuff potentially from MADBULLS. But, I mean, can't expect good stuff from MADBULLS this game because they're not playing. So,
not playing. I was checking. That's what I was looking over. I was like, are they playing?
I checked too. I was like, maybe not. But yeah, they're not going to be playing this one. That's fine. But we're going to be seeing then Unicorns of Love come into this one. We're going to see XTEAM, QODEX, Death Machine. I want to see if Death Machine can keep getting some good results in, because currently they were looking really good in this second phase. And I hope they can potentially keep some results going in. But in particular, I still want to see TJB. I think that's the team we're still looking at. They keep changing their drop locations a little bit all over the place. It's kind of like testing the waters, kind of. But hey, yeah, we need to see some consistency. We need to see something out of them, because right now they've just been inexistent in this event.
I mean, you're talking about wanting to interview SHOCKWAVE. I want to interview TJB and ask them, why have they changed their heal strat in Sanhok? That was not a pivotal strategy for them when it came to last season, but it was one of the strategies that made them so consistent in getting points. Why change it all of a sudden? Maybe they're expecting changes in the future. You remember during PMWI, when it came to our after party showdown, the circle did tick for more, the blue zone did tick for more, so you're actually unable to heal after, I think, the 5th zone, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe they're expecting changes like that to come into effect for PMGC. Maybe I'm just BSing right now and I have no idea what I'm talking about, which is very likely. But I do wonder, why would they change something that was so good for them?
Yeah, I mean, they were getting hot dropped by MUERTE and Same, so that, of course, is an initial issue, because it's the best position is Same to get all that loot to be able to pull off the heal-off strat. And also, so many other teams are doing the heal-off strat, so you're not consistently going to get a 2nd or 3rd place like we saw last season. And especially, you got, Take Aim Gaming that is really good at the heal strat. They've been consistently pulling it off really well with high mouth success and no contested hot drop. So I think there's just... everything is going against a heal strat for TJB. So I think it is a good change, but they need to find another plan. And right now, they haven't found it yet. And they need to find it soon, because the more days pass without a plan, the less points they're going to bring into to be able to rank up high on the leaderboards.
We'll see if they can rank up some points here, actually, as we're going to have our commentators to drop into Sanhok with John, Allen, and Blink.
Sanhok it is, up on the menu, ready to go for another round in the jungle. Having our very own little Rumble, Blank.
That we will. Honestly, I'm excited for this one. Sadly, some of the big teams that we want to talk about aren't actually playing this. So we don't have Game Lord or the guys from MADBULLS playing with us. So Paradise Resort is open, and off the west side of Paradise Resort is open as well. So there's a fair bit of the map there up towards Tatmok and Cow, which is just quite free. So I wonder if there's going to be any teams that do drop over on towards that side. VIRTUS.PRO making up some points here that last game. 228 behind MADBULLS at 263. So that 60-point lead has dropped to I think that's more like, you know, just around about 35. So we're happy days here for VIRTUS.PRO, and they're playing in the Sanhok. From that eastern side, we'll see what they can get done, but this would be a great chance with MADBULLS not being in the lobby for them to kind of even out things.
Plane path starting to allow these drops. Looks like Big are back to their old tricks on the northwest. Not going down south this time around, no. They are going back to their basics, so Na'Vi will have to readjust to that, remember the old ways. Eastern Stars as well, going to be spreading out potentially a little bit further north than that wide east coast spread we saw on that northwestern island over the last couple of days. And actually sending 2 over to the mainland.
Yeah, usually dropping over towards Hattin, and it makes sense that they would drop a couple of players over towards this compound as well. Again, Game Lord, MADBULLS not dropping in this match, so a lot of space over towards that northwest side, so they can comfortably take this to basically 2-1-1 split. So it works out quite nicely for them. In the meantime, Death Machine are taking Paradise Resort, and they perform quite comfortably over towards that central side of the map, and Paradise Resort is really good for it because there's a lot of capability to do some scouting. They usually try to drop over this side of the map anyway, but it's difficult with MADBULLS over towards Paradise Resort because they've got such a chokehold on that position that if they drop in the game, there's rarely any teams that challenge them anymore. And typically Paradise Resort is one of those places on the map where you might see now and again a couple of hot drops just to test it, but I don't think anyone wants to test MADBULLS because at the moment they're hitting full marks across the board.
Really are, really hard to deal with. Shockwave did a massive split drop. There's one towards Barn, there's one to the northwest of Quarry, there's one to the southeast of Quarry, and there's one all the way down even towards Docks. Not quite all the way in there, but they've massively split over this main island for Shockwave, which is interesting, to say the least. Very close to TJB for a couple of these players. As Painan, we come on board with NEXUS and QODEX. This is interesting. We normally see a west-east coastal split. We don't generally see this sort of north-south split.
Not really.
Not as much.
This is a little bit different, and I think that NEXUS was hoping to drop on one of the players from QODEX. It's been happening very frequently, where they're able to drop on one of the players and then quickly sweep the rest of the team. So I actually don't mind that from QODEX because it does eliminate the possibility of, you know, you lose one player, then you lose the rest, just because NEXUS is able to quickly sweep both sides. But with them taking the 2-2, you know, it actually does give you an opportunity now. Oh, Trazen, be careful. Does give you the opportunity now to just chill with it. Maybe gets back in the cover. Wow, that is lucky.
Right on the mark. I mean, this is the massive split from Shockwave. They're paying the price for that. No backup. There was a backup player, I think, at the top of the hill for TJB. So they can go for that trade, even if Tingsko gets knocked. I mean, you lose a player for Shockwave either way. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. You just want to disengage from those situations, but Shockwave are too far apart.
Yeah, TJB been causing some problems in the side of the map. I'll put it that way. And I think it's been quite a few times now where we've seen TJB drop to the west side of Quarry, drop towards the top of Mong Nai, dropping towards Ban. Like, Shockwave, you can tell they're a team that are invested now in macro over everything. They just want to get into a solid position with 4 players alive. Yeah, that massive split is not always the best way to do it, but if they want to get looted early in not the most ideal of situations with these kind of rubbish compounds around them, they need to do it this way. They kind of expected TJB to be more over towards the west of Quarry and Tradesman feels comfortable to pass through Barn. Unfortunately, TJB just read that in the meantime and we'll just pick them up. So good play from TJB. Unfortunate for Shockwave. It feels like they did do their homework there, but they were caught out by TJB's randomness on Sanhok.
QODEX And NEXUS, no one pulling the trigger on this engagement. Looks like it's not a fully looted situation as well. I mean, potential that they have managed to get what they're looking for, but you can see no meds on board. Just the one smoke and a low HP bar. Not ideal. I feel like NEXUS are winning this engagement, despite it not really popping off.
I would say that QODEX has succeeded, actually. I mean, you can say that they succeeded because they haven't died in the first 2 minutes, which is typically what happens to them. The fact they've lived this long, yeah, they're kind of winning the engagement short for NEXUS, but at the same time, for QODEX, this is certainly a success for them, right? They get a little bit further into the game than usual.
I imagine that they might be suffering from that success a little bit later on, though, with their low on those meds, low on that loot, having to move in what is a pretty crucial rotational area for teams on the southwestern island as well, across those pine-armed bridges, towards those hills up to the east, if it goes to the mainland. And similarly, if it goes to the southwest island, a crucial crossing point. So being in the line of fire with low loot, far from ideal. Looks like they are going to regroup, though, and go back to the coast-to-coast split.
I mean, there is a ton of loot in Painan, right? So they should be able to get something on board. Again, it's a case of having to watch the angles, but one person can do that while someone else goes through a little bit of loot. Michu, bit of a dangerous crossing at the moment. Luckily for him, NEXUS hasn't quite fully made the move up to the end, and now they regroup. And this is kind of sending NEXUS for a little bit of a loop, because this time QODEX is showing them something different, which is a bit more of a slow game, which I'm happy to see. I think QODEX has been a little bit too fast-paced recently, not been able to, slow things down enough for themselves where, they're actually able to get a decent start on their matches. And typically what happens is they'll have to move up towards that northern side. They take the hill. Arab champions, Pioneer cuts them off. And now, I think for QODEX, the big thing for themselves is not to get too caught up in this engagement between them and NEXUS. They don't have to take down NEXUS here. They can just leave. They can just rotate out of here. If you can get up the hill in time, drop some smokes, potentially if you get shot at, you can get out of dodge. And already Vito's sent all the way up there. But it's Pioneers who are watching down. But this is more over towards Na'Vi. This is a typical crossing. This is very readable for a lot of teams. It's happened almost every single game.
RV are all four still alive, which is good news this early on. Big went to the southwestern point. Teams are starting to congregate around the west side of Quarry. Unfortunately, VP get knocked out in the open. Old Boy and Tulika, the two massive hitters from the last game, right? They're just going to get taken down out in the open. VIRTUS.PRO down to 2 very early.
Yeah, that is a huge thing that happens as well. If they can get Old Boy up, it's fantastic, but it's very unlikely. Good DBS play that comes through from Black White, and there's another.
Ooh, not a V getting dismantled on the hillside. I might have spoken too soon when I said they had 4 alive. It's all down to Meku now. Tixi giving that info over. Matic flushed on out. Meku, I mean, yeah, I feel like this is the right play. Just fully disengage. Are Pioneer not going to flush the last 2 players from Na'Vi down in front of them? I imagine they are, but they're just waiting. Spotting Meku, baiting him out to try and get them to push up. And no first aid, only those bandages. Does have some stims on board already, but needs to get back to 75 HP if they want to be effective. Nades downhill as well from Black White.
Spots him for a second. While Meku gets back behind that rock. I feel like, the lack of first aids comes from them moving quite quickly away from boot camp to take the read on this fight. It's a very deliberate usage of weapons as well. Picking up the DBS and having Black White sit so close upon the rock where Na'Vi typically rotate through. Really cool stuff from Pioneer here to take the fight to Na'Vi. Unfortunately, Meku will find at least one and gets the flush. Really unfortunate there for Pioneer. I felt like they played that out very, very well up until those final moments.
I feel like you might have been able to get one more knock, but it is that flush point that you're looking for because you're likely to go down. So that was a tactical decision there to commit to just getting a point on board for the game. But Na'Vi do fall nonetheless. Big, it feels like they just have been shut down a couple of times now on these rotates, trying to get around, trying to play under the radar. But Take Aim Gaming, they must have spotted those parachutes going over to the north side, because they are back to their old tricks holding. They didn't send out East early, which they saw that they did when Big weren't in the game.
Yeah. Mihi actually does get flushed out there. Again, I like this from Take Aim Gaming. They know Big is in the lobby, so they hold on Ruin side, they hold towards Bridge. I said this yesterday when we were playing Sanhok on the last, I think it was the last match of Sanhok that we watched. The Take Aim Gaming actually immediately send over towards the Confluence compound on the walls, which is the smart play because Na'Vi's not in that match either, so they can pick that up. But this time they're going to try and hold out Big. They switch things up according to the playing path, according to the lobby. And that's what you want to see from a team. Unfortunately, Take Aim Gaming just aren't finding the shots that they're looking for and already happy down to Beast. I think that's a heads up scout from Beast as well, understanding, you know, that's probably one of the biggest crucial spots for Take Aim Gaming is on top of the bridge to try and get some high ground and maybe get a cheeky angle on the guys from Big.
Yeah, spotting that out, really, really important. ARB under pressure from TJB. Deer around the side, trying to cook a nade. Wants to put it through two windows here, but Tingsker has one of his own and a teammate as well. Spotted out on the off angle. Was the nade pulled there? Could be that it goes up, and Lin actually shut down as well. Amodi gets a huge sideswipe onto two from TJB, leaving TJB at just the one player standing. Xiao moves on around, tries to get that angle against Hamodi, and Jamas is moving forward to pick up these flushes in the meantime as well. Moves around the side, Lin is confirmed, and now Xiao left wondering what the hell just happened. Hamodi with a beautiful off angle.
You know, the biggest thing that I noticed about TJB is that they're very tunnel visioned when it comes to some engagements, which is why you do see a fight between TJB and Na'Vi go so well, because Na'Vi is just very much death ball. Like, you don't have those off angles, and when TJB comes up against someone where it's like, it's very clear, everyone's in front of me right now, we can just take this fight, we know what to do. But when a team like Arab Champions, who really does thrive off the back of off angles and cheeky peeks, you know, TJB just really can't quite keep up with that because they're so focused on a singular thing at the time. And when you take one person out of that equation, suddenly they're just disappeared in the mind of TJB. They don't exist anymore. So I think for TJB, that's something that they can really work on. It is that tunnel vision, because it is really costing them a lot of these fights.
Next circle coming in fairly soon. Big yet to leave that northwestern island. They haven't made that crossing down south. Take Aim Gaming haven't taken that compound as well. So there is that opportunity to just go for the Na'Vi crossing. So it shifts up north. So that might be probably the best play for Big. If they can get over to the compound on the eastern side of that shore, they might be able to gain some ground in it.
There is possibility. I mean, you could run through warehouses as well and maybe take that northern rotate. And with warehouses, you can quite comfortably scout over towards that eastern side too, John, where Eastern Stars are currently rotating. A lot of east going on in my vocabulary right now. I do apologize if it's slightly confusing. Death Machine, towards the center once again. They move down from Paradise Resort. We were talking about this earlier, where center is where they just love to be. It's where they can perform the best. I think under pressure, Death Machine performs very well when they're in a compound. They're able to take a lot of different angles. VIRTUS.PRO actually were able to get Old Boy back up. And I think that was one of the key things they had to consider there, because as 2, Sanhok becomes really, really difficult. But as 3, they can comfortably hold down the crossroads. Your only issue is now with this circle centering up towards here, so many teams are going to be looking your way.
Hopefully they can hold one another out. That's what VIRTUS.PRO will be hoping anyway. Death Machine out to the north. Take Aim Gaming and NEXUS really ringed in here. All 4 players inside this compound for both teams. And it is dangerous. It's really, really close quarters.
Take Aim Gaming, you know, it's difficult to take any peeks from here either. say that as Redux just nails the shot there over towards Happy. I say it's really difficult to take too many shots because it's on such low ground that anyone around you can take shots over towards your position. You can already see that Pioneers joining in on the fight towards Take Aim Gaming, so they lose another. So it's just 2 versus the absolute unit of Nexus at the moment.
It's like Nades are just going to do the trick. Mind taken very, very low as well. Nexus, they'll see those 3 knocks and they are just going to push straight on in. This first aid is going to go off, but is it going to stand up to 4 players from Nexus pushing in? I don't think so. That's scene 2. Nexus sweep Take Aim Gaming under the rug.
A bit unfortunate there. And Nexus will take 3 for the Troubles. I believe that was Pioneer who were able to pick up one of the flushes from their side. Looks like it was because they got the full team wipe onto Na'Vi, currently at 5 eliminations. Pioneer being a little bit more aggressive today, which I really appreciate. I think it's something that we talk about quite a bit, is that, you know, their macro game very strong, but they're 1-to-1, like head-to-head. It's not the best thing in the world. You know, that forehead just a little bit soft at the moment, but starting to get a bit tougher as they take more of these fights versus other teams.
Ruthless Esports on the east side right now, coming out of the quarry, emerging, hopefully unscathed, but ARB are right there in the way. The circle centers up. VP right on the crossroads still, with those 3 players alive. You were talking about it earlier, able to hold it out until there's a lot of focus sent that way, and it will be a lot harder. They don't have a player in that south building.
Yeah, with the crossroads basically containing 4 of those compounds, it's quite tough to hold this out as 3, but it looks like they're really putting all their attention towards that north side and making sure east and west is cleared. Shockwave make a smart rotation, see that down towards the southeast. They know the 4 Romanian men aren't in the game at the moment, so they can quite comfortably take that southeast. That's typically the 4 Romanian men's rotation. QODEX, though, getting a little bit caught out here, and the predictions come through for Jason going for Virtus, Max with Pioneer, and Kalaris with Nexus here. It's going to be a tough push for Nexus to hit through Arab champions, but we'll see what they can do because they're already right on top of the compound. You can see them here priming the nades.
Pushing forward, Shockwave might spot PNL here. They should do, certainly. I think he might be on the outside. On the lie down. They have not spotted the outpost for QODEX just yet. It might only be a matter of time. In the meantime, Ruthless Esports spot Hamodi. They move through towards Jamaz on the other side of the wall, right on over its Poker, sending it with the UMP back towards cover, but not quite able to get away without getting taken down. Flushed out by Wadea as well. And ARB gets some sort of revenge, but it's only Wadea now left standing.
Yeah, Ruthless Esports have a fair way to push through. Nexus on that west side still holding both sides of the road with 4 players as well. I think their biggest challenge will be MUERTE. I think MUERTE, throughout most Sanhoks, just wait and bide their time on that western side of the map and then come in quite late and then cause problems then. I think this one of the cool things that they end up doing is they're able to get the jump on a lot of these teams when they're very unaware of them, expect them to move a bit further in. Someone does get into vehicle though, and that is Striker heading straight towards the Nexus compound now. So it's only 2 players. Immediately, Redox and Doran will have to react.
Trying to hold that one out from the push. Xiao's been moving fairly silently. No meds, no first aids anyway. We'll have to move in behind Ruthless Esports. Push in towards this engagement, but spotted uphill. Unicorns, I think, took care of that. Wadea as well eliminated. And Unicorns pinched that away from Ruthless also. So a lot of points being just swept up, slurped up by the Unicorns. And they look for another onto Ruthless.
Here comes a little bit more. Unicorns are love heavy right now, who are currently just trying to finish the final players of Ruthless Esports, as well as Eastern Stars, who are held out inside the blue. So MUERTE get a little bit of revenge, find at least 1 knock over towards Nexus there. They were able to find Striker on his approach in the vehicle. We're looking to get their player back up on board, but it's Death Machine. Again, that center position for them. This is where they can start to punch out just a little bit. This is that fight we were talking about earlier. Nexus attempted to get their player back up on feet, but with Unicorn, DBS in hand, very dangerous to get them a little bit too close to their compound here. Sarah's just providing that information back, John.
Doesn't really have any ordnance to chuck on in, and NEXUS used a lot of nades in that engagement with Take Aim Gaming in this very compound. They will have to hold it out this time around. They will be on the defense. A first knock goes through, and NEXUS are down to 3 for the time being. Octavian wants to put nades in, and a lot of damage sent towards MUERTE. A lot of them ticking down. Is the blue going to claim it? Not quite. Yes, there it goes. And there's the knocks. NEXUS should be safe, but they are down to 3 in the meantime.
Yeah, they have to leave. MUERTE has, again, caused problems. As a team that does this quite frequently. Tried to get a few knocks on towards them. Now they're just going to try and go for the heal strat over off in the distance. That's with Dadaev. And unfortunately, Doran tries to move into the room to pick up as many meds as possible, but they've already been all dropped over towards Dadaev, so NEXUS won't find any respite there. That is unfortunate for the team. We see Doran actually go down to the blue on the map. And with that, NEXUS's run is kind of taken short by MUERTE trying to take down as many teams as possible so Dadaev can survive for longer.
Hang on a minute. Dadaev did also just die, but that's, yeah, it doesn't even matter. That is really, really unfortunate. Blue Zone claims victim. Beast hits the final shot over towards Redox. We're down to 5 teams blank at the moment. Only Ruthless have a healer out in the zone. Nano Baby over on the eastern side. We'll try and grab as many of those meds as possible. VP still in it.
Ooh.
Moving up now.
I'm not sure about these smokes, John. Yes, you'll get your player back up again, but you're giving so much opportunity for VP to start moving up because you have no sight lines to play around with. I think this is a big mistake from Death Machine. I think you take the 3v3 here because VIRTUS.PRO have to move over open ground already. They're able to claim at least 1 life, but it's Unicorns. I love chiming into this one. Do take down 1 player. VIRTUS.PRO, they're just not stopping.
That might be the lifeline for the Death Machine. The Molotov out the window as well. Finds Old Boy and VP down to 1 on this push. Unicorns of Love playing spoiler to their chances here. Really, really hard up against it now. Big trying to move in as well on the back foot. Death Machine continue to take knocks. The good news is that Mer made it into a building, so has some cover.
Did you just pull a max on me? Hit me with a mermaid? Yes, he certainly did made it into that location, but I'll survive for just a little bit longer. Here's Big, though, coming from the side. Not heard too much from this team this match, and they're at 3 players.
Unicorns with their focus onto the Death Machine compound, onto the building that they hold right now. Heal did go off, but there's 2 players flushed in the corner. They're going to know that. They're going to be on the warpath, taking out Big as well on this push. VIRTUS.PRO still hiding away, tucked away. No, hang on a minute. They have gone down. Ruthless Esports still healing out on the southeast side. It's a 3-way engagement. Everybody suffering. Big taking a knock. Gonzo and Rolkis down. 2 players maximum on foot for any of these teams.
Yeah, Unicorns will have spread themselves very thin here to try and take the fight against 2 teams. And Beast is able to get out of the way and provide a little bit of distraction there for SHOCKWAVE to maybe get across, but Crypto too slick with it.
Slinks out from behind the rock, finds the spray that they were looking for. Flushed on out. And it's all down to the 2 players of Unicorns who could potentially keep this one going. Icy is up. A huge force to be reckoned with, and potentially a res coming through, bringing them up to 3.
It's going to be quite the dominant game here from Unicorns of Love. Finishing the game with maybe 12 eliminations would be really nice here on Sanhok as well. A full 27-pointer. Ruthless Esports, Nano, able to take this quite far into the match, but it will be going out now in 4th place. Yeah, I think Death Machine really caused themselves some massive issues. They had to take the fight versus VIRTUS.PRO, but decide not to. Unicorns of Love with 3 players. It's down to the 2 solos here.
Here's the thing, though. The Unicorns don't need to go in and take this risky fight in close quarters. You know, if you push 2 players in, because you do need to keep a backstop that you could just get shotgunned. You could just get DBS'd around the side. Beast hops out of the building under the sightlines of Icy and actually gives himself a chance to take a 1v1 as 2 players move on into the building. 1 gets knocked, and Rolkis now may be looking for this res, but Icy is down on the outside, and Big, they've given it the old switcheroo. Beast looking into the building now. He has the outside track. No nades, unfortunately, or it could have been curtains right here and now.
Yeah, no nades. It is that 1v1 though. And again, this could be terrifying. Great drop shot there from Raucus, but he spots it.
And now there's only one player. He's trapped inside the building. It's just Crypto for Unicorns of Love. Info going to be given over. Beast is hiding underneath, but can you find it? In comes the drop shot.
Are you joking?
Beast from the outside. 1v3 against the Unicorns of Love. Big sweep it back all the way from the Northwestern Island. They were down to 3 early, but they make it work, Blank.
Under pressure, and that's what makes those players better. That is just how Big operates. Down to 3, but still make it happen somehow. Again, Unicorns of Love tried to take several fights there at the same time, but I think Big gave Crypto a run for their money, playing 2 separate angles at the back. Again, I'll say it one more time. I think Death Machine absolutely should have taken the fight with VIRTUS.PRO 3v3. The smokes they placed in their own building allowed so many teams out in the open to just approach them at the end game. Unicorns of Love, though, again, another missed win, and it feels so bad.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit of a stinger there for Unicorns of Love. Highest damage for Crypto, but Beast taking that 1v3 at the end. I mean, the 1v1 with Icy, necessary, and that was what they had to be scared of. I don't think the Unicorns needed to go for that 2v1 inside the building.
No, I don't think so either. I think it was a little bit awkward, but I do think Happy gave them a massive run for their money there, taking down one player very, very low. And for Beast, I think the most impressive thing, you know, it was the strafe out the building, right? To straight behind the tree. Like, the fact that he pulled that off mid-air, I thought I was watching a different game completely. But yeah, very, very well done.
Absolutely fantastic stuff coming through from Beast, surprising us all. Wonder what the desk have to say.
Turkish kebab.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah.
So for people who didn't hear me because I was muted, I muted myself. You'll never believe what the desk has to say.
That was a good game.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty decent.
Well, that is pretty standard how a clickbait goes. You're not really surprised by the answer, and it's pretty dull. But gentlemen, I mean, that was a great game, though, actually coming in for Big. Somehow turning that around. Unicorns of Love looking phenomenal to get themselves a chicken dinny on their side. But unfortunately, Swave had something to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all Beast in particular.
Beast, sorry.
Yeah, No, Beast in particular. It was not an easy rotation, but as the caster stated during that game, the smokes thrown down by VIRTUS.PRO onto Death Machine's position allowed Unicorns of Love to get closer, allowed Big to get close, and the moment they get in range and they have a few hiding spots, they can play around it. And that 1v2 at the end, like being in that little building and you having to jump out the window, you can't shoot while you're in the animation, so it's a pretty easy elimination coming the way of Beast.
Is Big suddenly the crusher of Sanhok again? Because, I mean, like, the way that they were coming in from the west side, I thought was going to be Pioneer's path to victory. However, it wasn't. Beast came in north of them, was able to take them out. That's a very important moment considering that rotational move into the later circles, and then somehow, some way makes it happen in these final moments. I'm in awe, to be honest with you. I did not expect them to be able to get this victory.
And they're back to their old drop against Na'Vi. I feel like the confidence is back for them. They're feeling really good. They're feeling on a high currently. And sure, it's not like the clean win where you get yourself like 3-4 players still alive at the end, but it is still Big, like looking way stronger. They were looking good a little bit yesterday, and now they're looking good on this game here. So this is Big potentially back in form, which is amazing to see.
Well, I do want to bring up one team in particular, kind of the opposite side of things, is the fact that, well, some teams haven't really been stepping up that we needed to see. Again, we see Na'Vi here with a really low point finish. Eastern Stars, though, in particular for me, is the one I'm worried about because they were second place, and yet they have not really done much, I feel like, these last 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, they've been just consistently getting a few points here and there, right? Enough to remain in that first place, but with how VIRTUS.PRO has been popping off in terms of eliminations today, I think there's a very big chance. I don't know when we're going to look at the rankings, but I'm pretty sure VIRTUS.PRO overtook Eastern Stars currently and potentially are chasing down that position of MADBULLS because they eliminated MADBULLS a few times actually today. So, yeah, VIRTUS.PRO currently looking like a very dangerous foe for some of the top teams.
Yeah, and I feel like they actually, so my prediction actually was VIRTUS.PRO because they had the zone center on them so well in that compound at that little crossing, but unfortunately the shift away kind of broke my heart, but I'm kind of used to it now. But here you can see Beast in the last few moments. As you're saying, Max, there's no way, actually I think it was, actually Clara's saying, I always get you two mixed up because you're so alike. You just can't get out of that window without, you know, getting shot at.
No, it's not. With the position Beast had there, he would have to make a major flub to not win that situation out. So yeah, it's weird that you get caught like that, given the position in the building. But yeah, so it's not easy. It's not an easy win. In fact, it's an almost impossible win if your opponent doesn't mess up.
Okay, is it actually possible to see some overalls here? I want to get an idea of where teams are currently standing. Remember, MADBULLS had a 60-point lead over other teams, but we need to keep an eye on this because it does determine how many points you get at the end of the day into the finals. And you can see here, the lead has been cut down, but it's been cut down by VIRTUS.PRO.
Ooh, okay, this is an interesting one. VIRTUS.PRO, if I'm not mistaken, VIRTUS.PRO has played both games currently today. So they got one game ahead of MADBULLS, so MADBULLS still got 3 more to play today. But man, that is a very, very small gap. From the 60 points you mentioned earlier, right, Jason, to now just a few point, like about 20-point difference between MADBULLS and VIRTUS.PRO. Like VIRTUS.PRO, they pop off and get a win. They can convert that into a first place and a 20-point lead heading into the finals.
Despite that game deficit that you were just mentioning here, Max, there is still theoretically a world where MADBULLS doesn't get first place. It's a marginal one, but it's still possible. That's actually kind of crazy coming into today, considering they had that 60-point buffer.
Especially from a team that would say VIRTUS.PRO, first 3 days of this phase, didn't really show up too big, right? They were just like a middling team. MADBULLS always consistent, getting that big pop off there at the start, then kind of middling, but still remaining consistent. The fact that they caught up so much so quickly in 3 days alone is astonishing. So man, VIRTUS.PRO, they're feeling good in this lobby, and they're here to clap some people here along the way.
Okay, we're looking down the list here. Ruthless starting to slip away. It's 16th place. They do have a chicken dinner under their belt, but Take Aim Gaming, one of the few teams who has yet to get a chicken dinner. Really unfortunate for them, but they're still holding on to 15th place. Looking at the rest of the list, MUERTE, you know, I know we talked about them yesterday. They were in 12th place at 73 points at the end of the day before that, but they have gone back to 12th place, but this time at 153 points, as they have been really, really kind of gone today and yesterday.
Yeah, bit of an odd spot to be in for them. Hopefully they can be in that 12th position at the end of these 5 games today to make sure they can play that last little match. You never know, that Livik could allow them to get a few extra points heading into the finals if you have a good performance. But one thing that never changes is XTEAM being on the last place, and that's all my point.
Oh, hey, at least they have a chicken dinner.
Yeah. But there's no $1,000 per chicken dinner anymore, so even that doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know what? Again, it's just one phase. There's still time for teams to improve. And I know I keep saying that, but I really want to stress it because there are still 2 weeks left to go here of play. One of the 12 days of matches, I should say, of play before we can even get into our finals. But we have about 2 minutes and 40 seconds now before we head into our next match of the day, which will be over on Erangel. It's our only Erangel of the day. Tough times here for some teams. They have to be getting a little bit scared. As you guys were saying, there is a world where they don't come out first at the end of this, which would be quite surprising, but very impressive if VIRTUS.PRO could pull that off because of the gap they were behind.
Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine? I mean, I think ultimately, I don't think someone's going to pass MADBULLS here, given that they are a strong, consistent team. But the fact that VIRTUS.PRO could even try get close, to me, is wild in itself. So let's see.
Hey, VIRTUS.PRO are really good at taking care of actually teams that have good positions, right? We saw that first game, MADBULLS being in a really good spot, and that breach was fantastic from VIRTUS.PRO. And if VIRTUS.PRO keep breaching these really, really strong spots, and MADBULLS are always in those spots, like it could completely mess up their position on top of the leaderboard. So I'm telling you, VIRTUS.PRO, I'm a believer that VIRTUS.PRO can be first place at the end of today. They just, if they can get one win, and I think they can make it happen, I think that would be the game that will put them above the rest.
What about Eastern Stars, though? I know I brought them up before. I wanted to just dive into them a little bit because they have actually been very impressive this event. They're looking more like the Eastern Stars of the old that we used to talk about quite a bit, the Warlord himself. I don't know what's been going on, but if you look at their past results in the last few days, they just really disappeared off the face of the planet.
It makes it even rougher that they miss out on this next game coming up as well, right? So they've already played 2 games. They're going to miss out on this one, and it's Erangel, which technically speaking, we've seen Eastern Stars do pretty well on. So the fact that they miss out on the Erangel for today really doesn't help their case for this. I think that overall, some of what we've seen in the past couple of days, like as you see with the points coming in here as well, it's not been tidy. Like they got themselves the 2nd place with the 10 eliminations in round 25, which was about 3 games ago now. So I guess that's the 15-point conversion. But beyond that, it's yeah.
I mean, we brought up a few points when we were talking about Eastern Stars compared to last season, which was they are a team that was very up and down, that roller coaster effect kind of happening. We're seeing it right now with this line draft, that there is that up and down tendency from them, which we wanted to hopefully not see this season, but it's coming back in form, which is not the best thing currently.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this roller coaster for maybe the last day or two, I think it's a bit of an anomaly considering the other days that we've seen from them so far. There's been so many third places, so many decent performances that I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say maybe that this is just not a common downward trend for them here.
What if it's the other way around, Claris? What if the good games we saw them play is actually the anomaly in this scenario?
I like that they've made changes because they noticed that obviously the roller coaster was a thing. I like that they kind of went out of their way to make changes, which shows that it's a team that's willing to try and progress. So I'm gonna say that, you know, the tweaks were the way I described it and not a Maxman curse way. You know what I mean?
Fair. Okay.
Yeah. Does that make you feel, Max?
No, yeah, fair point. I mean, I can't. It is true that the curse is there now. So I don't know what to tell you.
Is it though? To be honest, I think a year ago it was here. I think it's been slowly disappearing. Actually, I think if you look at the predictions results, it's probably my curse now.
No, I would say. I mean, the thing is, I keep cursing my predictions, right? They always keep getting second place. Like no, actually not getting it. So. Yeah, I mean, no, I don't curse teams as bad, right? And especially a lot of teams paid me actually a pretty decent amount to not talk about them too much on the desk. So, yeah, it's part of my contract now.
None of what he said is true. We are not paid to talk about certain teams more than others and not curse other teams. We curse every team equally here at the PMPL. So over to our commentators, though, as they're going to kick off our third match of the day.
Match number 3, it's started to fly through. It's going well so far. I mean, hopefully we won't be cursing too many teams this time around, Blank. I've got my eye on you. I've got my eye on you.
All I was wondering is, wait, we're getting paid for this? What's going on? Max,
guys,
let me know what's happening here. But yeah, we are having our teams hopefully not get cursed too much. And it is an Erangel. Last time there was an Erangel round, I cursed 3 top teams, like consecutively as well. So it was somewhat impressive. We did call it the great cursing, and honestly, I hope that I don't turn into another Max. But he has kind of shedded some of his more mystical ways recently, which is nice to see. It's nice to see indeed. But it's also nice to see
Magic Man now.
Yeah, much cooler Magic Man, 100%. It's nice to see also this kind of playing path. Everyone's happy with this one. No one's angry about it whatsoever. Some teams will be able to get out to play nice and early. For a team like Game Lord, they'll be out to playing quite late towards Yasnaya, but VIRTUS.PRO as well, still in this one, and MADBULLS looking to make up some of those points just a little bit.
Yeah, with that game deficit, obviously that gap shrinking down to 25. Ideal, sure, but you do want to be stretching that out. See what VP can do as well, right? Because if they just don't allow that gap to shrink, they can keep on trucking, maybe even close it down, depending on how the MADBULLS do. But the MADBULLS are out very, very early on the drop path over towards what looks to be a quarry split near Primorsk.
3 matches left today, so not long to actually pick up the speed, but time enough. And also because they are in that top 12, they'll be able to get those bonus points coming in through from that Livik. Old Boy's made his way into the highest damage leaders alongside Effect and Zerek, who have been doing huge amounts of work there for the MADBULLS themselves. And Judica just about on that longest elimination of 319, just behind Vito. Unfortunately for QODEX and Vito themselves, not really a lot happening with that team. Just slightly dead in the water, and that is incredible to see. Moneyken slowly but surely been taken ahead of now with Old Boy 41, just a little bit behind MADBULLS. He has really been doing work. You know what the best thing about Old Boy is, John?
What's the best thing?
He has never let up. From year to year to year, he's still the same absolute blaster that we saw back in Berlin at PMCO. It is incredible to see such consistency from a singular player throughout the years.
I mean, that's got to be coming up on 3.5 years, almost 4 years, probably next summer, I believe. He'll be at the top of the game, which is really quite incredible, all things considered. Now, see what they can do from Rozhok, where they have decided to drop for VIRTUS.PRO. Na'Vi back over in North George. Team Doom taking South George this time around. QODEX split around the south coast. Potentially getting a little bit of a scrape with 4 Romanian men, but Farm seems to have been isolated and contained for 4 Romanian men. TJB splitting a little bit further north on this position. MUERTE, oh, beg your pardon, over on the eastern side near MUERTE. Unicorns of Love are on the north side of the military island in the meantime.
Yeah, I think these guys kind of dropped very, very far out of the way. MUERTE obviously dropping on top of them a few times to take the vehicles. With the playing path, though, slightly less likely they'll be doing that because they can get over towards MUERTE power a bit more comfortably and take much more space over there. With Eastern Stars not being in the game, this actually works out quite well for them. But still, Unicorns of Love being very careful with it. They don't want a repeat of last time over on Erangel. Again, a lot of these teams do make quick adjustments to anything that happens, and I wouldn't really consider that a mistake from Unicorns of Love on that last Erangel. It's just one of the things that's a little bit unexpected and not exactly a coin flip, but if you're caught off guard and it's MUERTE who's putting the onus on you to grab those vehicles as fast as possible before they can run you down, it does become a little bit difficult because you are reacting, whereas MUERTE a lot of times is quite proactive in these matches.
That's what you want to see, proactivity. Grab some of those points where you can. It's all about it, all about it. Certainly if you want to be getting up into the top 12, where currently MUERTE are in 12th place.
Yeah, I mean,
They
still
are just in there.
Still, MUERTE is kind of the lord of mix-ups, right? You never really know what they're going to do next. I think for TJB, on the other hand, you know, rather random, honestly. Rather random is that team. I wouldn't say in the best of ways. They do really need to show us a little bit more. Still, there's not many teams. I think there's only 2 teams at the moment. If I quickly check my statistics, I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Ooh, what are you checking it for? I want to know. I'm curious now.
I'll be back. Just give me 2 seconds.
Well, okay.
It's coming.
There we go. Way.
I'm there now, right. There's only really 2 teams that I would class as like doing quite poorly during this tournament, and I think even one of them you could say that it's a team that's coming back up on the rise, and that's Team Doom. XTEAM, on the other hand, had a slight rise, but they really haven't done too much of it. 64 points, that's 30 points behind Team Doom. But from there, you know, you're seeing reasonable jumps up of every single team of like 10 points per like each individual placing up until the top 2 in MADBULLS and VIRTUS.PRO, 263, 238. From 3rd to 2nd to 1st, it's like a 30-point jump up each time, which I find very interesting. We do have really close boundaries at the top. So we have collectively 3 very, very strong teams who we know are good in our matches. And then from there down, there's only one team in my eyes, who is XTEAM, who kind of really do have to make some big improvements between now and Phase 2. Overall, though, I'm super happy how Western Europe Fall has gone. This is probably one of our best tournaments.
Yeah, it's been really, really enjoyable to see how this is all unfolding. The thing I'm thinking about now, you know, is the value of placement in these tournaments, right? In this phase, in this starting Phase 1 situation, right? Because the difference for MADBULLS, let's pose a hypothetical, right? If VIRTUS.PRO absolutely blast out for the rest of the games today and MADBULLS get no points, VIRTUS.PRO take that 1st place. Phenomenal, excellent, huge, very impactful. But then there's only a 1-point drop if MADBULLS go down to 2nd place, right? They only lose that 1 point. They get 19 points instead of 20 for coming 2nd in this phase. Sure, it reduces the amount that they've added to their overall totals, but the impact of positional change at this stage is going to be quite limited, because it is at this point where teams will now really only shift maybe 2 to 3 places up, which is going to gain them 2 or 3 points moving in towards those finals, right? So it's, as much as it's sort of really interesting to see who is going to take that top spot, the overall impact of that for me at the moment is going to be lowered somewhat. I'm going to be interested to see how these teams carry that momentum forward into the next phase of gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely, because you could have a chance where even if VIRTUS.PRO, you know, they get that 20 points, fantastic news. You could have a complete scenario where in Phase 2, VIRTUS.PRO come out in 20th place, let's say, for an example, and they get 1 point, right? Yeah, 1 point in that 20th place, and now they're down to 21. And MADBULLS, yeah, they took 19, but they're second place again in that phase 2. They're up to 38 points now over the 21 that currently VIRTUS.PRO would have held. So it is that case that phase 2 is where things will get a little bit more spicy in terms of those finals points. And I think with the volatility of teams that are stepping up from day to day, that's where you're going to see most excitement, because you might have a team that does really well in phase 1, is able to bank themselves a lot of points coming into the finals, but that next phase not able to get many at all. And that is where you'll see teams start to get those chunk of points getting up towards the top, and it's really that overall where it's going to start getting even more spicy.
I think we comprehensively covered that. Good job. Death Machine spotting over towards VIRTUS.PRO, one of our teams of the hour, but Yankee backed off the rooftop by Hamodi with the spray on the Scar. Not really getting too much more than that, though. Positional awareness for VP. Death Machine looking like maybe they're not going to stop. You saw the scout heading out further up to the ridge lines, maybe just getting that info about surrounding positions. TJB encroaching potentially on the eastern side.
Yeah, there's still a lot of areas around the map right now that are open to being played. And I think a lot of them will require different positionings and quite vastly different positionings, why I bring it up. For instance, this shift right here, which heads all the way back over to that western side, now you're considering whether we're going to be heading over towards the north side or the south side. With the majority of the south side islands still in, this could be where we're heading to, in which case teams have to start being a little bit proactive on their ridge play, because not a huge amount of compounds around here other than Pachinki itself, and Ruins becomes a little bit sketchy to play in. Then again, do you really want to leave that North Island if you're Na'Vi or Big and risk having to move back up there later if the circle does make that hard shift? First of all, though, Big have scouted out Na'Vi, I would imagine, as they move back up towards Severny, away from the team of Na'Vi, not wanting to take this fight a little bit too early, and instead you're having a different movement coming through from Game Lord on that eastern side, which I'm glad we're bringing up there as I talk about it, because this is a chance for them to take control of the Wizard Tower, perhaps over Yaz Lake, and start to control some of those crossings that might happen later on.
4 Romanian men moving up just to get a little bit more central, a little bit more comfortable. Give themselves some of those options later in. DJB actually fairly wide on that split. No one really pushing into the area at the moment, so that's going to be maintainable for the time being. Unicorns of Love just making it across that eastern bridge now from the military island. Ruthless, an X-team. The team that we've said really hasn't had the best of tournaments so far, reflected in the points totals. Losing a player on the hillsides there, their southern side rotation, the north end of Potato Hill. It's not really going well for them. There's already so many teams there.
Yeah, it's very difficult now for XTEAM, because no matter where they go, they'll be running into separate players. I don't think short of heading down towards that southeast side to try and make a long rotate through Mansion, perhaps over Shelter on that open ground to move in towards fields. You know, anything they do at the moment is difficult. So the only option is to try and razz it through closer towards the middle of this circle, closer towards that action, and find some kind of compound to play around with. MUERTE, Unicorns of Love, very close to one another at the moment. Could come into contestation, but I'm not thinking it's too likely. Unicorns of Love being quite split, though, not ideal. I would say if they get picked off by at least one of the players from MUERTE, then things can come crumbling down quite quickly there for them. But there is a regroup in progress.
Ruthless Esports with their hillside position, close to Team Doom, close to ARB. On the south side, Circle not quite yet forcing everyone in. Still early doors, so definitely healable. No one really outside. I'm looking at Unicorns of Love and MUERTE on the southeast as well. Close to one another.
Yeah, this is something we're just talking about, and I think that regroup could be quite important for them. They have started to head on over Again, it's who can pick up some of the best positions. Flyke on the back there in the buggy does break the vehicle there to give him a little bit more access of taking the shots. And on the back of the buggy, you do get a little bit of high ground to play around with. Gonzo's got to be super careful. Getting knocked now would be very bad for them. Circle shifts all the way down towards that southwest side, and MADBULLS are absolutely laughing about this one. This works out really well to their favor, but it's directly on top of Pachinki. So perhaps taking a strong position on the edge of Pachinki is a good idea, or do you want high ground? It all comes down to how aggressively MADBULLS want to play, and we know they are quite the aggressive team.
Looking like they want to play in the compounds to the northeast side of Pachinki at the moment, not falling back to the church on the high ground, not trying to control that sort of area from the back foot. Those headshot hills to their northwest side as well will be absolutely deadly for the teams trying to move across them. That's Na'Vi, that's Big, potentially even Death Machine if they're forced out that way. It's going to be real hard on this eastern side though. Everybody's there. Everybody wants a slice of this pie.
Yeah, Na'Vi actually being able to push back Big so early on has allowed them to get into Sunken City early, but Big's going to make a bit of an alternative play and instead head over towards Box Compound and down past Ruins. That's the east side of Everest, and moving on the west side of the circle, which is not a bad play whatsoever. TJB making their great migrate through the circle at the moment, but MUERTE, they have Overlook. That's down towards the south side. They're coming in behind Unicorns of Love. I like what Unicorns of Love did as well. There's so many rotations to talk about here, John, because it's a mad dash into the circle. Unicorns of Love instantly disengage from that MUERTE fight, knowing that they have the west side and moving just behind Pachinki on the hillside.
RV and Big potentially coming back into conflict now over the south side of Ruins. Na'Vi can hold some ground there. It'll be good news all round for them, but Big, certainly not someone you want to mess with. They proved that in the last Sanhok. Beast shutting down a 1v3, excellent work from him, but will be potentially a little bit harder now without that positional advantage. SHOCKWAVE on the outskirts with a massive off angle if they want to go for this push. And it looks like Big are going to approach on foot as everybody's still squeezing themselves on the east side.
It's that east side of the circle which is the major problem, right? And I think for Big and Na'Vi dropping on the north, that's where they get the most advantage out of that position, just because there's no one really there holding them. And with it going hard down towards the southwest, there's really no reason for Game Lord to hold out any teams on the north side anymore, so they just have to find their way into the circle. Initially, Akashi's going to scout.
Shots close up and personal to MUERTE, 1 for 1. Auto shotty for Striker, pushes up to the headland. 2 players up there for Codex. And the pan in hand, maybe looking for a cheeky little flush there, but the teammates are in as well. 2 players down for Codex. Unicorn repositions for the MUERTE. Codex really suffering in a lot of these engagements that we're seeing them in at the moment. Trying to get that res, and in they swing, trying to maybe get a rundown, maybe get some position, but ARB are there to guard out as well, taking shots over towards Codex, trying to knock them out of the vehicle. Hamodi absolutely beamed there. A laser from Unicorn's M4.
Super quick on that one. Another hardship towards the northeast side. Game Lord pleased with this. Luckily for a lot of teams, they didn't move too far into Pachinki itself, and MADBULLS quickly get back up into position towards a compound just on the south side of the circle. Na'Vi, again, ahead of the pack there. In front of Big, are able to get towards the south side of Sunken. Has a lot of high ground to play around there in terms of compounds, so we'll be able to see a couple of teams. But this is real rickety terrain in front of a lot of these teams. We are looking over towards the east side at the moment, but it'd be nice to see the west just so you can see how open a lot of this is. And Na'Vi should be able to have a lot of good vision. That's Jason going for the MADBULLS pick. The other 2 over towards Na'Vi. Got a lot of confidence in them.
They'll have to win out that Sunken City engagement. MUERTE locked in it with ARB. 2 of them are down. Hamodi close. They did manage to get that res early. I think they know where he is. Yeah, MUERTE really suffering now. That nade over the top will be the final blow dealt. And ARB stay alive with all 4. They can start to look to reposition, but they are now right at the back of the queue blank.
Very rough. Luckily, they leave all 4 members up and running, which is the main thing when you get into these engagements. Having a knock late in the fight is horrific for you. Unfortunately for them, Ruthless Esports, Ulysses already drops up into position. They might be facing another fight here. I think for them, you know, that north push would be the most intelligent one, but Ruthless Esports, yes, they're not in the circle, but they take great advantage of this. Up towards the shack, gives cover, gives high ground, they can peek over the lip, and it's absolutely done in at least Omar here, and now Ruthless Esports can try and clear some of this space on the southeast side, making it slightly easier for them to get into the circle.
Although easier might not be enough. It is still a gauntlet. Ruthless trying to take shots, take some knocks over towards 4 Romanian men. But the trees providing just too much cover. And those smokes as well actually giving a little bit of maneuverability over to 4 Romanian men. Ulysses low, very, very low in fact. The nade a little bit long coming down the hill. Ulysses knocked, more put in. Salazar wants to approach in the buggy, will be able to swing out wide, but doesn't quite go around for that characteristic rundown that we see from him so long. Instead diverts. Ulysses a priority in this scenario. Get back to the feet, get back to 4 and run down the hill as a full squad. Vehicles mounted up from ARB from the back as well, so if Ruthless aren't careful, they could be crashed into, but ARB divert around the north side.
Yeah, we just, I believe that is the one player. Not really much point there. Unfortunately, Salazar takes down Nano with a nade. Horrible way to end this.
They will just be falling like flies. Ruthless Esports all of a sudden down to 1. Pocus will be the last remaining player, and they already got way ahead of the game here. Sent away the insurance policy for the team. Take Aim Gaming, feel the nades from VP.
VIRTUS.PRO Tulika, who's been looking extremely good today. On the money with it. Happy, takes a few shots. Won't go down though. Again, if you're in the sights of Tulika, it is just going to be bullets ringing out, and none of them are missing today from him.
Seems to be just every single time. VIRTUS.PRO have an excellent position right now, but in the next circle, they are going to have to push downhill just that little bit. They realize that. Look at this reposition coming through. They swing much deeper into this circle along this ridge line. If they can get rid of Game Lord's threat, they are going to have a huge position in this next circle.
Na'Vi once again forcing big into rotations they do not want here. Takes down a couple of their players, and this is all because Na'Vi was able to rotate and push Big away. Yeah, Big were able to get in the circle, and it was an interesting rotation, but it's not quite enough. Matic goes down, but the shots from behind towards Icy will be laid low there. That's from Monkey from MADBULLS. That's a very, very long shot coming through from him. But again, it's that open terrain. If you go up onto any of these little ridge sides that take you slightly higher, you know, you are going to be torn to shreds by other teams looking your way.
To shreds, you say? I mean, that's pretty brutal, certainly. Over in these headshot hills, nade over the top towards Mihi. Swave does heal through it. We'll be able to look to stick this res. Unicorns of Love maybe trying to push on in. Codex eliminated in the meantime. Na'Vi did get their res on through as well, so they are back up to 4. Big finally taken down as they engage the Unicorns of Love, and that is the power that Na'Vi were exerting. As you say, they forced that engagement to happen. They didn't pick up all the elimination points, but they didn't need to. The job was done. X-Team down to boot.
Yeah, again, it's just that control that Na'Vi's been able to exert on that side with some accurate shots and then not too many misplays. They took a knock, but it was immediately refragged. That's Victor going down to Na'Vi. Meku picking up Tulika shortly afterwards. They're just third-partying onto this fight, and I'm glad that they moved quickly. I think they didn't want to lose a lot of the momentum they're getting early by forcing an extended fight there with Unicorns of Love, but they are winning this one versus VP. There's still a little while to go, and Old Boy is a loaded cannon, and you cannot count him out till the end.
I said that the VP needed to get rid of Game Lord in that position, but now Na'Vi have taken up that mantle. A knock did get sent back that way, but Take Aim Gaming have similar ideas. They are splitting the focus now on the northern side as teams tear themselves apart on the south, looking for this northwards push. VP locked in a really dangerous conflict now and losing players fairly significantly. Na'Vi all the way back up to 4. Yankee taken down on the knock. Na'Vi swing on in. Take Aim Gaming looking to take the other end of this ridge as well.
Yankee moves out, yeah, but it's not enough in the meantime. Mia last alive. inside the vehicle, I believe, taking shots outwards, but they spot him. That's Na'Vi taking yet another team down in the process. Yankee also falls. MADBULLS able to get all back up, and they've just weathered the storm on this south side, but now they're coming up behind MADBULLS. This is something that we have to be really careful with. Good shots, but they'll have to refocus as soon as MADBULLS come in. Meku has spotted them, taking shots towards their position.
Oh, up for the trade, and it's not going to go the way of Take Aim Gaming. Matic, 2 on the ball there. Didn't manage to get the knock out in the field, was actually healed up behind, but there's the knock coming through, and Na'Vi take control now. MADBULLS on 3, trying to swing out wide, but it is spotted. Kitsune suppressing, 2 knocks over to the MADBULLS. Last player standing is Effect. Death Machine and Team Doom taking the fight, and Team Doom come out on top with 3. 7 eliminations to the team as well. Sorry, only the 5 at the moment.
6 so far they've been able to pick up, but again, it's been all about control this match. Pushing teams into not ideal situations, into choppy waters. It's been nice from Na'Vi, and they've truly been the helmsman of this game, not allowing anyone to go where they want to. And again, it's not been the easiest to push down from that north side. Yes, they avoided a lot of that east traffic jam, but they did have to play some pretty difficult zones and were crashed upon a few times. They even shared Sunken City for a while with Big before forcing them away again, as they did on the north side. Kitsune's been holding some really good angles, but again, it is nigh on impossible for any of these other teams to win out this match. Na'Vi's just picked up one of the best positions in the match, pertaining to this circle.
Effect is one hell of a player in a 1 versus 3 with Team Doom. Can he get anything done? First knock, but no. It's not going to be good enough, unfortunately. Take Aim Gaming still with their solo player who's been crawling around behind that ridge, and finally Na'Vi get their scopes trained properly. 2 teams remaining. Team Doom positions known. Nades over the top. Na'Vi have all the ground to play with in the world.
A lot of loot as well. Smokes to play around with, Molotovs as well. 2 nades for Matic. And there's really only so many places Team Doom can be here. The nades are just dropping a little bit short. Send them slightly further.
That one's good.
There's a big one from Matic.
Perks, last standing. Tixi moving forwards, but it's not even going to matter. Na'Vi dominate from the ridgeline. They play big like a fiddle and move on through to take down VP's position. And with it, they control the ground for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, this game has been very, very well played by Na'Vi. I think that there's a big change in focus as well from them to getting into those final circles and winning out those last-minute engagements, and pushing big away is something different that they would usually go for, right? Usually, I think they would have taken that fight, but it was more a case of, right, you can't come through this rotational path, but you can go that way. And then same again for Game Lord, same again for VP, and same again for MADBULLS. Meku was really on the swivel. I know we saw a lot of fighting between them and VP, but Meku was consistently outside the circle, taking shots towards MADBULLS in their vehicles to slow them down, not letting them get close. I was very, very impressed. Again, though, MADBULLS get a fair few points that game. I believe it was a total of 15, and that's over VIRTUS.PRO of 8. So they have made that lead just a little bit more for themselves, and that's all that matters to the MADBULLS right now. It's going to be very difficult for any other team to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a 2-horse race now for that top spot, right? It's going to be very, very difficult for Eastern Stars, who are sat in, I think, 3rd after that game, and Pioneer and Death Machine. Those guys, it's going to be really hard for them to catch on up. So we are looking for our top spot between MADBULLS and VIRTUS.PRO. MADBULLS get deep, but that was a masterclass from Na'Vi.
You know, I'm finding this unfair, guys. I'm finding that you guys are just copying each other's picks.
Wow, just one of us is copying the other's picks, right, Max? Let's start.
Yeah, I mean, just Control-C, Control-V, you know, it's pretty quick.
Take Kalaris' pick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was, as you explained earlier, it was a similar situation to that game where, when MADBULLS won, right? It was the exact same position, just like kind of a different entry point, etc. And Na'Vi, the only way they actually come out on top of this was if they wanted a third-party fight. You had the fight versus Game Lord and VIRTUS.PRO North on that big ridge line, or you had the fight versus, it was Unicorns of Love and another squad down on the southwestern side. So they committed the fight versus VIRTUS.PRO, clear VIRTUS.PRO, get the 4 eliminations, and then have the high ground position to peek and use that ridge to get information. It was clean from Na'Vi, and Na'Vi starting to, as you said, start building a little bit of momentum here. It's good to see.
I mean, when it comes to predictions, I'm playing the very hard shift circle meta, let's put it that way, with mine as a whole. And for Na'Vi here, looking at how things played out, quite honestly, if this hard shift south, I don't think they get this win. If this hard shift south, I think Jason gets the win off the back of this with MADBULLS, who were still able to prevail long into this game without any decent shifts onto them whatsoever. So yes, I might be ahead, but that's by the point. We have still same thing here where Na'Vi played this game out excellently despite the circle favoring them slightly. They chased up to the north. We were musing Max over to whether or not they should be moving, or they should be third-partying the fight south of them or moving north. I thought maybe going north would have been the better play early, but they still went up there anyway, and the fight against VP with them being third-partied by Tag was extremely important. If that third party doesn't happen, then maybe VP's not as stretched thin against Na'Vi there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they had to go for that fight anyways, VIRTUS VP. Otherwise, if they take the fight versus Unicorns of Love, the fight down south, then they're not going to be in circle whatsoever. So here, that's 23 points going away of Na'Vi, and they needed a little bit of an extra bump, right, if they wanted to play that final Livik at the end of today. So that's the right amount of bump you wanted. But hey, Team Doom, a team that has been, I would say, relatively silent. They started off today in overall 19th position, just barely above XTEAM. And I mean, a game like this, it could allow them to potentially close that gap, maybe barely get into that Livik match, but it's still Doom needs a lot. But at least, you know what? As we already said many times, you're still going to have that reset at the end of this phase. So there's still a chance we'll see Team Doom perform in the future.
Do we have Jason back, or do we continue?
I think we continue.
Okay. All right. Well, for XTEAM, yeah, not too many points coming in. Likewise, off of the back of all of this, I did expect GameLord to maybe get a few more points considering where they were and the lay of the land that did happen for them. They were coming in from the north side of that. They were in the west compounds from Rozhok. So technically speaking, that's a great staging point to be able to enter some of these final circles. But again, a bit of a crunch down. It feels like GameLord's a little slower in the game compared to previous seasons, Max. I mean, is that a fair assessment, or?
Yeah, I mean, they have stretched their playstyle a little bit more. In the previous season, they were very edge-focused, and now they do a little bit of both. They like to play edge, they like to play central. I think it's a little bit of indecision, like sometimes just a little bit slow to come to a conclusion and act upon that decision. So in this game in particular, right, they had some decisions that were a little bit slow. They lose 2 players outside in the blue, unfortunately. Then they're down to Akashi and Victor. It is a bit slower from what we've seen before, which is a bit odd. And Big 2, talking about slow, I feel like Big was also a little bit slow on their rotation. They were right up north of where this circle was about to end, and Na'Vi just completely blew their position out of the water, taking a position on the east of Sunken City. So yeah, I think some teams could try and speed up the process. And well, if you don't, teams like Na'Vi will be able to play spoilers.
Yeah, as an eagle-eyed viewer might be aware, as watching the highlights here, there is just not much hard cover to work with in these final circles whatsoever. If you don't have a dip, if you don't have a good ridge line to work with in this area, I'm sorry, but you're prone and you're hoping no one sees you, and that is rough. But MADBULLS was a case of this, right, Max? I mean, if you look at their approach towards it, again, I think that they did really well in surviving as long as they did, as we compare them to Na'Vi right now. But it was too hard a transition to make for them constantly in these final games and final moments.
It truly was a test of width, I would say, for MADBULLS. They just got everything thrown their way, and they were able to survive quite a bit. I think that MADBULLS have shown that they can deal with these situations pretty well, but I mean, every team has a limit, right? And I think that MADBULLS eventually was going to hit that limit, so it was going to be a bit tough. But overall, looking at the stats, so you can see that that's some good damage conversion from Na'Vi with those 8 eliminations. And the thing, especially here, Kalaris, is that MADBULLS got 7 eliminations here, total with a placement points of 15 points.
Yep.
That's way more than what VIRTUS.PRO got. So I was hoping we could see VIRTUS.PRO maybe snatch away that first place, but with this game done, and because MADBULLS still have to play every single game today, and VP have only got 1 remaining, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, that should be MADBULLS remaining in first, and no one should be able to budge them from that spot.
Oh, definitely. I think it's a great salvage game by MADBULLS, considering, again, the way the hard shifts go against them. And it shows, again, their class when you see how they're able to just even say, okay, you know, we are caught in this no man's land. Let's just try and blast everything here and get as many eliminations on the board as possible. Getting 7 along with that, I think that's a success considering the position that they were in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can just get yourself eliminations when you know you're not going to win a game, I think that's the good path for some of the teams. Like, we know we're not going for that chicken dinner, let's just get as much of what we can do with this position we currently have. So let's eliminate all the teams down south, and then we're just going to hit our limit naturally and just can't go any further. But at least we did as much as we can do, even with a bad circle. And I think that's a good mark of a team that is trying to retain consistency, and that's what MADBULLS, to some extent, have been able to showcase so far. But now we got our next matches that are going to be coming up, and I would say it's more fight now for top 12 to see who can make it in that Livik match and who can potentially get a few extra points here and there in that final game of the day.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see the barrier with only 2 games remaining to try and get onto that Livik. What is the entry point here for top 12? Because right now, I think actually there is quite a few teams that are in that pack max to try and lash out at the top 12.
Yeah, and I don't know if we can look at the overall rankings before we throw it to the casters. Got 2 minutes. I'm not sure if we.
Fair.
That would be cool because the limit must be pretty close. I mean, Big was slowly going up and down. Navi also, we'll see. Oh, there we go. We can take a look. Thank you very much. But yeah, MADBULLS still, as you said, like no contest, should remain in first place without too much of an issue. But top 12 is what I'm really going to be putting my focus on right now as we go potentially lower on the rankings. But yeah, we got some good step ups. No Shockwave. Shockwave in 6th position actually is really, really huge for the team. Then how almost invisible they were in the first 3 days. So Shockwave did a really good comeback on these last 3 days.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's take a look at that barrier then, as we have just 4 points between Nexus Gaming and MUERTE. MUERTE technically because of their wins. There's been kind of the, again, I said it last time, the Codex effect from them, where they get that back-to-back, but what have they done since? They need to be able to bump up a little bit. But take Aim Gaming, RB Champions, likewise. I think 13th, 14th, and 15th, those are the teams we should be looking at to try and get into the top 12, because maybe for Ruthless, it's just a little bit too out of reach right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like you would have to convert some actual wins if you want to see them making in top 12. So I think Ruthless is potentially out of the question. And then TJB, I still want to see TJB step up. Not this first phase, unfortunately, but I haven't seen significant improvements. We'll have to see if they could try and get himself a win here. But with that said, we're ready to jump into our next game. So we're gonna throw it right over to John Allen and Blank.
Hey, thank you very much. We are going to be getting into this next map. Hopefully, we're already raring and rocking, ready to go. I've completely forgotten which number. These games just go by so fast, Blank. It's difficult. It's difficult to remember which match we're in. I think it's
number 4.
The 4th one. I think it's the 4th one.
You are correct. It's match number 4. Yeah.
There we go.
Match number 4.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Miramar on the cards. Okay. I'm set. I'm ready.
Yes. We're ready to go. We're going through into Miramar. Match 4. We end on Erangel. This is how things usually happen. Don't you worry, John. I'm here for you. But we're not ending on Erangel today. We do have Livik still coming up, which will be coming through very, very shortly. But we still have to watch all these teams play out these final few matches over on our typical maps of Sanhok, Erangel, as well as Miramar. I think that Max is right at this point in time. I think it's going to be very, very difficult to catch up to MADBULLS. I don't think they're moving away from that top spot of first place. There might be a little shake-up if, you know, VIRTUS.PRO are able to get at least one more insane game. It has to be an insane game that they grab. And MADBULLS will have to continue doing badly in their next 2 matches, which is kind of unlikely considering MADBULLS. But if that happens, they could potentially ladder up to first place on that Livik match. But that just requires so many different factors to take place and happen in the meantime. So I think we can safely say that MADBULLS are pretty secure in their first place position. For the bonus points from Livik, I'm looking at other teams laddering over one another down the tables where those rankings are very, very small and disparate and more disparate, to be honest with you. But 12th place, that's what we're looking at. Who's going to be able to jump up? Na'Vi not far behind MUERTE at the moment. With that chicken dinner, should see them nicely over towards that 12th place.
Yeah, they jumped up to 10th at the end of that game as well, which is a real nice comfort for them. But they only have the 1 game left to play, so if they want to solidify it, they're probably looking at getting maybe 10 points or so on board for this game to have that shot to be in the Livik game that is still yet to come. NEXUS as well, sat in 12th place currently. They have a game in hand, right? This is good news because it means that, sure, whilst they are on the bubble right now, everybody around them has 1 less game to play, so they only have that 1 chance. If NEXUS can spread that pressure over 2 games, that's excellent. And if their previous performances have been anything to consider, they have gained a little bit of mojo. This has to be one of the hardest Northeast shifts I've seen in Miramar in a long time, Blank.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, right? But yeah, I think for Nexus, it's happy days because a lot of these teams will finish their matches right now, and then you can see where they ended up, and now you have a visible target to play around with. So for Nexus, there is at least some certainty when they're playing that last game where they need to get to, and then it's less of a case of, right, we need to go for chicken dinner, get as many points as possible. It could be a case of, we just need 5th place, just play out as best you can, try not to die early, and even if it were at the back of the queue coming into the zone and we're not getting center, it doesn't matter.
No, it certainly doesn't. ARB, an X-Team. MUERTE. X-Team having a real rough time of it this tournament. You've got to think, you know, the value of trying to play for the win for X-Team is probably severely diminished right now because they are almost 40 points behind 19th place. If they just try and hold out and play for 20-point games in these next 2 games, sure, maybe they get it. But then they only gain 1 point overall into the finals. The value, I think, of trying things out, of getting some essentially scrim practice in these games is going to have a much higher value in the long run for the next weeks of gameplay. So we'll see what they're going to look for in these next 2 games.
Yeah, they just need to practice. And fights versus Arab champions, I think a team that's not similar in skill, but not exactly a MADBULLS to drop on top of. This is a good team that they can keep harassing. Although they are dropping on the same position multiple times. It's right down in PUBGM. So I don't know if X-Team are just following these guys around because it was over towards, I think it was up towards Power Grid last time we saw these 2 teams duke it out. So interesting plays coming from X-Team. And like you say, it's just that scrum practice. That 1 point, it's not going to matter too much to them right now. It just has to be a full reset coming into the finals itself. And they have to make it to the finals as well, John, which is the scary thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's also kind of the big deal situation on those overall leaderboards. Nightmare, he's been spotted. Need 2 taps, only the 1 found. Omar and Nightmare shimmies behind some cover.
And so, talking about going for the win, yeah, it might not be the best in terms of that singular point, but getting your overall rankings bumped up so you're in that top 16 when we come down to it at the very final ending of our league stage. You want to be able to have just enough points so you can be in that top 16. But I still think that for X-Team, 20 points per game, fantastic. That will see you very, very nicely into a higher position. And yeah, it might be 100 points, but 100 points, that's only 100 points behind some of the top teams in the lobby with 200 right at the top of the standings, like 4th place. So you can easily make up that number in the next 2 phases, considering how well other teams actually end up doing. X-Team Zombie taking a bit of a scary move there.
Not quite going down, so staying alive for now. Certainly a little bit more afraid than previously, but both of these teams just sticking it out, not really going super hard. X-Team have got that perimeter established, but I think the high ground position for ARB might come in to be the most important thing in this fight.
Still just waiting for one of these teams to potentially go for the engage. I think both these teams play very warily. The issue is that by the time they start fighting, I think one thing that ARB currently are doing a lot better than X-Team is scouting singular players and then taking them out. X-Team tends to take these really long fights, and by the time you get to that engage from Arab champions, they already have all the information they need. Zombie's moving, clearly visible, they know the position he's moved to, and the rest of the team's just not quite backing him up here.
Still no knocks going either way. They're just all biding their time. Taking a look around the map, there's really no other hot drops going on. TJB allowed to maintain some semblance of safety out to the east of Hacienda del Patron, although Game Lord are moving along that road, potentially to come into conflict. Eastern Stars from the south might be spotting out for Romanian men not too long from now. So a little bit of kerfuffle maybe in the center of this next circle.
Yeah, TJB move up from water treatment. They pass over that dangerous ground and decide that, you know, it's not as worth it as they originally thought it was going to be. Game Lord, again, central towards their position. They can take another high ground spot. Some good scout done nice and early on. Unfortunately, despite all the great things and the great moves I would say the Game Lord has been making, they're just unable to take it home at the moment, John, which is what is worrying to me. For a team that was so well regarded for a long, long time, it's not been able to finish these matches out despite having some decent moves in the beginning. It just feels quite flustered towards the end, right? I don't know what's happening in the team internally, but there's certainly something there which feels just a little bit off.
High ground position. All the Eastern Stars. A little bit of a train to move forward. They've yet to regroup. A lot of players further south than their outpost on the north side. Establishing a little bit of cover, to be fair, on their rotation towards the back. Finally, something happens in this engagement. Out in the blue, ARB lose a player. Just the one. Wadea is down as XTEAM were allowed to have the whole low ground. And Wadea was pretty much given up as an offering.
Yeah, he was left all on his lonesome, and our champions decided instead to take the vehicle, pass it up towards Impala, and insert into the circle there. Very, very open ground towards the eastern side, Lebendita. You're kind of looking at a lot of these ridge sides, a lot of these high peaks on this side of the map. On Miramar, I'd be curious to see where the next circle goes. I mean, I'd love to head up further towards northeast. I want to see a finish up there towards Tierra Bronca or El Azahar. I don't want to see the mountainside on the eastern side, and I don't see it, which is very good news for me. And I am heading up towards Torre Armada right now, which is exactly what I wanted. But again, this does have some really high points around the side of the map. So if you want to take a central position, sure, go ahead, but you are risking giving sightlines, so you just have to be very, very silent for a lot of the game. Unicorns are love obviously being first, they'll move up, so we won't hear too much from them. TJB similarly moving from a high point on the map further up towards Torre Armada, but I don't really think they have to leave this spot just yet. I think they can just reposition the vehicles, potentially play around this position.
And it Cruz de Valle just out to the west. A little group of buildings there. Unicorns of Love will try and hold their bastion. RV a little bit further northwest. Looking like they probably have some high ground there. TJB did spot Rolkis on this rotation, and Unicorns of Love trying to rotate through the center of this next circle do lose one of their players. But they'll stay up with 3, and that's a fighting chance. MADBULLS out on the west side near Shockwave. Skills out in the blue a little bit further west. Might want to regroup before they take an engagement, or just fully disengage from this one. You wouldn't blame them either way.
Yeah, I think with Shockwave, things have got a bit wibbly-wobbly in the past few matches, right, John? I think that the way I see it is that a lot of these circles, a lot of the changes from some of these teams coming through, very unexpected and difficult to deal with. And I think Shockwave absolutely finds success of finding momentum towards the end of the game, having a lot of players up. Pahala goes down to happy there. There are still shots coming his way, though.
Keme has the sight line, so does Athis, but somehow gets a little bit of cover from it. Nasa for Death Machine stays alive as well. They'll be looking to pop those heals, but do Eastern Stars want revenge, or do they just want position in this coming circle? They are in this next circle towards the south side. Look at Athis' reposition there. Ultra very, very close to it. Forces Ultra down the hill into the compound with the rest of the players. So now they have a full off angle, the full breadth of angles to play with. But if Athis gets knocked, if he gets spotted, that could be really difficult to get him back up for the Eastern Stars.
It's probably one of Athis' signature moves, right? It's these wild, wild flanks that he makes happen. The fact that he's bold enough to go for this whilst exposing his back to the broadside, I think the only way that you can get away with doing something so bold as this is if you know that a lot of that side of the map is clear to yourself. So currently, Eastern Stars have scouted around both sides. This is towards Death Machine on the south side of the map. I think that you can comfortably take that position that Athis took because there's quite a few rolling hills before you actually will spot him. And he should hear teams get that position. But with the fact that this fight is not finishing fast enough, the returns of having Athis in this position are becoming much more diminished.
They have found that cover. And Eastern Stars will have to worry about other teams now. Moving in, NEXUS on the west side, skirting around SHOCKWAVE. MADBULLS leading that charge from the western edge. Just looking to put consistent points up on the board, maintain that first position. That is a Na'Vi hard shift.
Where are we off to right now? This is fun. We like this. This is exciting. This is good stuff. Na'Vi, though, extremely happy with this position. However, it is one of the few positions that is really available to play, right? Very, very up on high. And now it's going to be a lot of teams like circling around Na'Vi, asking for just some crumb of land to play in. And everyone on the south side there's not enough space here. There's not enough space here, John. The fighting is going to start to pop off soon.
Certainly think so, but TJB seem to be the first to feel the brunt of it. They are right in that mix near that airdrop. Tingsker and GK first, trying to keep one another alive as Game Lord look down on them. Another of the few playable positions for Game Lord as they spot out Na'Vi as well. It's a good ridgeline for Game Lord, but it is very, very condensed. They don't really have a lot of scouting ability. The question is, do they even need that right now? Is it just a case of lockdown, control this site, control the area, and stop TJB pushing in, stop Pioneer as well?
You are slightly in vision of the Na'Vi players, but I'm pretty sure that they're so comfortable that it's such a long distance for Na'Vi to take shots at. And they have the cover behind them. It should be fine. I don't think Na'Vi is going to move anytime soon either. But yeah, it's just a case of locking down this south side. The main issue with the circle is there's nowhere really to inject on that direct north edge. 4 Romanian men have been able to make into it, but it's just going to be a case of these queues are going to get very, very long very soon. And at some point, people are going to start cutting queues and people are going to get angry. And then you're going to start seeing some fisticuffs between these two teams. So we'll see exactly when that does start to pop off, but I assume it's going to be very quickly.
Perks, sliver of HP for Team Doom. Phantom drawing some of that attention, but doesn't matter. Perks does get shut down out in the open. Red dot for Crypto actually lands the shot over onto Perks, takes that flush. Phantom now in the sight lines of the M4 from Crypto. Tickles him with one, but not really doing too much more than that. Behind the rock, finds some safety. The wheels, though, of the buggy, not so lucky.
Phantom will make his final stop there. It's unlikely that Team Doom's going to get too much further with Phantom alongside them. Crypto taking shots over towards, I think that's a bike over on that side. Just wants to eliminate as much movement as possible going around the map on this side. They want to claim the east. Eastern Stars, though, are coming in. Unicorns of Love will have to be ready for them. I think that is Gonzo on the top side that moves back down towards his team as soon as he spots them. So really good information being paid back. Next circle heads all the way down towards the southeast. So this is over towards water treatment. And we're going to get a water treatment ending. Extremely deep is the water treatment itself. So most teams won't want to play in there early on. It's one of those places that you'll often head over towards if you don't have anywhere else to go. But Game Lord can hit up there nice and early, just purely because they can play on the upper edges along those catwalks, which is very, very useful for them. But again, see how long that lasts. There's still high ground around here. There's still shots that can be taken towards water treatment. I don't think it's the best place to take early on.
It's good when it finishes there, but the sightlines towards it are going to be so hard to handle. Game Lord, Na'Vi, and MADBULLS. Okay, 3 different predictions, but interesting positions for all of these teams. MADBULLS actually in a fairly solid spot now on the northwest, but Take Aim Gaming, ARB into conflict. Take Aim Gaming handle it very, very quickly, swiftly. ARB, they are no more. XTEAM as well did go down. They were shut down by the blue on the south side.
I don't think MADBULLS is a bad pick at all coming through from Kalaris. I understand why Na'Vi's been picked. I understand why GameLord might be picked as well because they can try and hold this off. But MADBULLS, I'm probably in favor of that prediction there coming through from Kalaris just purely because Xeric's scouting ahead right now. Monkey's still watching for angles around the map. But as soon as they start to hear this fighting that's going to be going down between NEXUS as well as SHOCKWAVE on the southwest edge of the circle, they'll probably send it in because you can sweep over the top side. You'll have the ridge on the southwest to play around with, and it becomes so difficult for all these teams on the east to control.
I think it might rely as well just a little bit on where this next circle goes, right? If it goes right onto water treatment, it's going to be so much harder to push on in, given the team's already in there.
Yeah, I still think that regardless where this circle goes, if MADBULLS are able to sweep on that southwest side, you have a major advantage of that high ground. You can really just take pot shots. You saw it do last game, in fact, John, on Erangel, where, you know, they weren't in the best positions over towards, I believe it was Sunken still, or Rozhok, but they took shots down towards a lot of the teams before moving their way in. Sure, they basically crashed upon the beachhead and all went down because of it. But regardless, they still got a huge amount of points. I think it was 15 total just from playing outside the zone. So again, I do think this might be a decent spot for MADBULLS to take. They're just playing on the ridge side for the time being, not trying to take anything too crazy. And you might be right. They're possibly waiting for this next circle to hit before making a concrete decision.
Na'Vi slowly making their way down. Taking shots over towards Unicorns of Love, who have been handling conflict with Take Aim Gaming, and actually Gonzo is spotted, is knocked, and Unicorns lose yet another player. Na'Vi in the meantime have Kitsune on a very far forward position. Excellent scout position there, and they can regroup on it. But look at the damage being sent on in. GameLord actually has something to say about that. Kitsune is knocked.
GameLord sent a little bit further up towards the north side, but again, it's those two teams. This is why going into water treatment early on is a little bit rough. I think it's doable to defend it purely off the back that, you know, most teams that are going to head over towards position will be heavily damaged at this point in time. They're just looking for some safety. Circle moves up towards the north side. MADBULLS don't have to sweep that southwest edge anymore. And because none of the teams can get to the north in the first place, this is real smart play from them, taking control of the north, where they know practically no team has been able to make that wide sweep on the east or the wide sweep on the west because they've had angles on it the whole time. Now they could really control a lot of these players down towards the south. So I think this is a smart play. I think their main challenge will be Na'Vi, who still have a shout in, but they've already lost one player to a knock.
Unicorns of Love still suffering with 2. Na'Vi do lose their player and down to 3. So got a replay of Shockwave, I believe, going down. Seiko the last there, and just nades. It feels like NEXUS's nades are really, really well coordinated, and they have been time and time again over these last couple of games that we've seen them in. Unicorns of Love in a 1 versus 2 with oversight coming through from Pioneer across the way. I don't think you make it through this. First aid's really not there. Icy down the hill does survive, but Take Aim Gaming not so lucky.
Unicorns of Love, Crypto out. You say Take Aim Gaming also falling. Icy got last alive, but 7 eliminations for Unicorns of Love is good. They do seem to be a lot more confident in their team fights. Again, all of these chicken dinners just escaping them in those last moments. Icy did a really good job last game, actually. I think it was 1v3ing the players from Take Aim Gaming before he was felled. The MADBULLS were able to pick up most of those points away from him, sadly.
Broadside position. PNL is shut down for it, but the knock is there, and that's already done so much damage to NEXUS's position on this western edge. They are going to have to move out further east. You're not going to be able to get that res. Bring them down to 3 early. Remove a lot of that pressure from the western side. QODEX as well getting torn apart. MADBULLS spreading wide over this north side with a lot of control here. Taking that away from Na'Vi. Kitsune still down, and Pioneer mount the hill.
Yeah, there is a good knock there coming through from MADBULLS onto Na'Vi. And now this has really slowed down their pace, and Pioneer are able to get up with the 4 players. Pioneer have had a good day today. I've been pleased with it.
It's been going well. It's been going all right. How much more that can they do? Can they get even deeper into those tables? 4 players alive right now, 6 eliminations as currently only beaten out by the Unicorns of Love with 7, but they've only got Icy left. Did make his way into water treatment, by the way. So has some cover, could survive for quite a while. Navi not taking this fight, not just yet.
Don't like this play coming through from MADBULLS. Sending 2 players on their own down towards the west is pretty horrific. Xeric now has to make the Hail Mary dash over towards one of the players to get skills back up in action. And GameLord decided not to move whatsoever. This compound's still working out towards them on the north side of water treatment. And now Na'Vi looking to finish the deal. And it's all down to Xeric now to push them back. 2 of them off in the distance. Shots still coming through. He's still waiting for the rest of his team. And this nade has to be good.
Codex got slowed down with those knocks over, and now the rest of the MADBULLS can come in to back up the position from Xeric, who's been holding it down now for the last couple of seconds. And those nades back the rest of Na'Vi off. GameLord get the shift, and both of these teams going to have to move down.
Max trusts in the GameLord, but that's practically all the nades coming through from MADBULLS. They don't get a single lick of damage onto Na'Vi, which is not the hope for them. Death Machines spot the players on the hillside. You can see coming down from there for MADBULLS, without the smokes available to them, goodness me, it's going to be rough. Nades from Meku now. Looks just a little bit better. On target, does a lot of damage.
Oh, was a little bit further in, I believe, but not going to be taking the knocks just yet. Pioneer did make this push down the hill a lot earlier, but they are right on the broadside. Like, Na'Vi have so good sight lines over towards them. Black-White now cowering behind a rock. Someone looks up from water treatment. They should just be spotted out and taken down. Na'Vi can now use this route of ingress, but MADBULLS are just slowing them down. On the back, though, there's a knock. Codex are coming back.
Yeah, Codex takes 2.
Oh.
Gills goes down next, and that's MADBULLS out of the game. And I think it all comes down to an overconfident push with 2 down towards Codex's position. Na'Vi down to just 1 player. Not really any meds back on board. 7 limbs for Codex. But Death Machine still taking shots outwards, and GameLord have not made a whisper so far.
Got in towards treatment early. They took that position and they hunkered down all together. They played very, very safe and secure, and it is paying off. Everybody's just pummeling each other on the outside.
How has he not spotted that player yet? I think it might be because we have the X-ray, but yeah, thank you. Okay, it's not because we had the X-ray. He was blind, but now he can see.
No, you'd hope so. Death Machine still have the angle, but their attention is over towards Codex right now. Can Meku take it back? That distraction. Pushing on in Michiu, the last guy up on the top there. They know exactly where he is behind that rock, but not quite finding it. Some terrain cover from GameLord right now, but the blue not so kind. Meku still needs to come down the hillside as well, but spotted out. Na'Vi out.
5 limbs, 5th place. I mean, Na'Vi's just looked like overall a better unit today, and so hope to see more of that coming into phase 2. Now GameLord to finish out the final players. Circle makes a mad switch over to one of the cylinders over towards the right side.
Icy has been surviving this whole time. I don't know if Death Machine know that he's there.
Oh, he's part of Death Machine.
He is going to have to move soon.
He's one of them.
I think
NEXUS hears that, yeah.
Yeah.
Who is scuffling down there? Because someone's... Stop it. Is that a nade? Oh, it's a molly.
Yeah. Oh, it's a molly. Oh, that's mean. Icy definitely spotted.
He's out of the way.
But Nas, yeah, he is out of the way. Didn't get burnt there, and NASA's out in the blue. Has to drop up. Icy has a chance to, and he knocked himself. Knocked himself. No, and Icy gets flush. Position given away now, but he's on the outside. Death Machine have a thorn in the side to worry about. Needs to get one. Gets the player on the vault. Looks for more, but is shut down. Both very, very low. And now GameLord have all of the control they could hope for. It's easy lineups for Victor. They're on the outside. They had to deal with Icy, but he put them on ice in return, and GameLord take the chicken dinner.
It feels like a very unfulfilling chicken dinner coming through from GameLord. I'm pleased to see that all 4 members were there at the end of the day. But I think the real victory goes to Icy in that situation.
sure.
And I don't want this to be another PMPL Western Europe where Icy does all the work for the team. It feels again that we're going in that direction, and it's not a direction that I like. I'd rather go the other way, just because Icy is such a good player, and I think that he does need those good teammates to support him and back him up. And I think that with a little bit more time, a little bit more practice, this team could be one of the greats within this lobby. But we still have to find out. We're going to take a quick look at the match report and see exactly who came out on top. Crypto, there's one of your boys who's looking good. 6 eliminations from him, and it's really Icy to take it home towards the end there. Very good plays coming out from him. The fact that he's able to get out that molly so instantaneously, just unfortunate for NASA there, John.
Yeah, it was really swift movement there coming through that jump punch, really saving the bacon. And he nearly got that spray down as well. It looked pretty good. I thought he'd managed to get it actually at first glance, but both of those players then dropped down on top of it, and it was just a little bit too much to bear. I was waiting for that miracle play, but it was third place. It was still solid from the Unicorns of Love. They'll put that one on the books very, very happily.
I mean, for Na'Vi, they gave it their all. I was really proud of Na'Vi that match, actually. And I think for Game Lord, good stuff, you make it happen. But MADBULLS, I think that's one of the biggest mistakes we've seen from that team in a long time. It's just a big sign of overconfidence. But you know who I am confident in? It's the analyst desk to break all this down.
All right, Jason. All right.
Okay.
Gentlemen, you can't see my hands, but they're there.
Broken clock is right twice a day.
up?
All right, just
It's okay. It's okay. You know what? I'm catching up to Matt.
there's no will
I
to
don't
catch
think
up
so.
to me.
Me, maybe.
It's fine. I'm going to go sabotage your
Well,
PC.
we've already done that multiple times today, haven't we? So
Nice. Not bad. Not bad. Game Lord. All right. Gets me up to 3. Max, man. Coming
I
for
don't
you.
wanna-
4. And Claris,
I don't want to say this, but if you didn't start off with your -1 point, you would be on equal terms right now.
that's true.
I don't like this. This is not cool. I thought I was actually not going to be last, but now it's. I'm slowly coming back to reality, and it's not a fun transition.
It's fine. We'll get there. We'll both catch up. Combined, we will be able to beat Claris at some point in this event. Game Lord in first place, 21 points. I think it's 6 elims behind that. Again, not like a massive elimination game, but I think more importantly for them, a big confidence booster because we have yet to see them win a second or another chicken dinner since the first.
I actually liked how they played this game in the South. They had a little bit of a strong ridge line until I think phase 3, and the moment phase 4 comes around, instantly centers up on top of water treatment, and they just center in the middle, and they just waited out. So it was a little bit of a gamble from them. Luckily enough, the circles kept centering in their position, so they lost no players. All the other teams had to fight to get in that position. So at the end, they just took like 4v2s, 4v1s. Very easy to clean it up. So sure, it's still not like a standard Game Lord win I'd like to see in like a previous season where it's a very dominant win. Here's just they had a good position. They won off the back of that.
Yeah, water treatment was a nice place to play from. I mean, a lot of the teams up in the north side kind of end up ending each other's games, ending each other's campaigns as they're trying to breach down on towards that location. Likewise for Death Machine and Unicorns of Love, it was kind of the similar thing. And also, by the way, it's a good job, Jason, that you know, Dragon Ball is slowly making its way into PUBG Mobile, because then you two can do your little fusion dance and try and catch up with me with your combined scores. It'll be great.
Ooh. I just don't want to imagine what us fused together would
An abomination.
be. To be honest, we probably mess up the fusion quite a few times. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to think about that.
Jason was no hair,
nightmares. But maybe we'll catch up to you together. Oh, please. You know what? There's so many things I could say, Max, that I've agreed I wouldn't. So we're just going to move on from this, because I'll tell you when we go on to break.
Come back crying.
But either way, we had Na'Vi picked... Oh, you will. You will, definitely. But then I looked on the leaderboards there, right? And we saw TJB on 2, Eastern Stars on 1. I know we keep bringing stuff up, but I'm getting really worried, though, for certain teams here who have just fallen off the face of the planet. I get it. It's just one phase. It's not that big of a deal. But for teams like, you know, Eastern Stars in particular, those PMGC points are very important for you. And every time you're not showing up here in these matches, you're just getting...
At least it's lucky for Eastern Stars that they have started to like perform a little bit less towards the end of the phase. They're still going to get a decent amount of points from this phase heading into the finals. But as we already said many times, you're going to have a full reset into phase 2, into phase 3. If this is the new standard we see from Eastern Stars, we even saw it on the pre-show, right, where it's a little bit up and down. That roller coaster effect is back in play for them to some extent. that could really hurt them, not only for making into the finals, but as you mentioned, also the PMGC points. We're not sure how close it is, but currently we're seeing the Game Lord were not performing that much. That was an opportunity for Eastern Stars to take home that first place, and seeing how the two teams are now struggling to perform, it's really anyone's game up there.
Yeah, it really is. Well, let's actually go ahead and take a look at our damage report, though, from this last match, because I'm just curious, with a lot of teams having the same eliminations, who was really standing out when it came to damage. And we will see Game Lord, yeah, they're going to be up there actually in first. Kind of expected, though, I guess.
These numbers look like Jason. That's right, they do. I mean, I think it's, again, it's kind of symptomatic of the circle and how it played out. It's an unusual ending for us here on Miramar, and it was an unusual way for a lot of the teams to try and approach these final circles. So you're seeing a lot of these very heavy third-party fightings, very scrappy fights going on as people are trying to approach the middle of these circles. So yes, good job, Jason. Sanhok numbers.
Yay, yay, I did a thing. I'm so proud of myself. But, I mean, looking on the rest of the list, I mean, Nexus is down there actually in 8th place, I believe that is. Haven't really seen them too much in the event overall. I know we did get to see them get a win yesterday, which again was very important, and they got 19 eliminations. But for some teams, I think we're seeing they still struggle with hitting that consistency level. Even QODEX, I mean, starting off the first day strong, getting 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. We don't normally see them into the top placings anymore, so consistency seems to be lacking.
I mean, especially for QODEX, right? We're not seeing them get to that late game as much. They did get a really good clear on MADBULLS, so for that I appreciate it. Kalaris doesn't get his prediction correct that way, so thank you, QODEX. They showed up when it matters. But also, we saw it early on the show that MONIAN is not currently also in first place. He's fell off pretty significantly, and currently for today in terms of MVP, like Crypto's looking good, Tulika, Meku, Old Boy, like a lot of CIS players are towards the top, and of course Crypto for Pakistan. So I don't think we'll see MONIAN back in that MVP position anytime soon, because other teams have been able to show consistency, and we had some really good highlight players like Old Boy in particular, Zerek, Effect are always on top. So I think the race for the MVP position is actually going to be very tight between some of the CIS players.
I mean, to be fair, I'm actually kind of happy to see this, though. Like, I wasn't a big fan of seeing one team win by over 100 points, thinking of Alpha 7. I was not a fan of seeing one player just outshine everyone else, though it is a really cool storyline in itself. But I feel like the last couple of years, we've been saying that these regions are becoming so close. Like, we're seeing a lot of new players, new blood come into PUBG Mobile, and will, I guess, be old enough to participate in these events. And we're seeing that skill gap that we had, with Bigatron destroying everyone in the world. Yeah. It's disappeared.
One question that I actually have, Jason, is what's the barrier at now? Because this is the last game, right? Before we get before the top 12 go into the Livik game.
That is true, actually. Can we see our overall? Yeah. That's a very good point, right? Because top 12 will be getting through into Livik to have a chance to get some extra points to move up in the leaderboards. And we can see currently 286, so a 40-point lead for MADBULLS at the top. But as we don't have a lot of time, yeah, maybe we should scroll down to see what 12th place is. That's a really good point. You're here for something.
Yeah,
besides looking cute. Nexus, 163. So if you're DeMorte, you're Take Aim Gaming, you're ARB Champions, Ruthless Esports, etc., you have to pick up.
I mean, Ruthless, as already stated earlier with Kalaris, it is too much for them. Like, they're out of the race 100% for this Livik match. But I mean, a lot of the teams can still make it up here. I mean, when you're looking at it, really, no, with Take Aim Gaming, ARB already played all their games. So it's only MUERTE, really, Nexus Gaming, Big, that are currently in the race. Na'Vi, if they get overtaken by the 3 teams, they could potentially fall out of top 12. It seems unlikely, but it could happen. So yeah, you got quite a few teams here you have to focus on.
Very good eye. Yeah, I didn't even look at the matches section because I keep forgetting we're in groups after doing PMWI. You're both here. You both equally have your own roles in the show. I'm the looks. You two are brains in different ways. But yeah, going to be tough here. I mean, even for the likes of DeMorte to catch up. But there is the potential. We'll see what's going to break down, though, as we head into that final match. Not of the day, but a final match before we get into Livik here with John, Allen, and Blake.
The last time for some of these teams to be scoring points at all towards the bottom of the tables, and hopefully looking to step up towards the top as well if you want to give yourself that platform to play strong in that Livik. We're going to be saying goodbye to the performances from Na'Vi for the time being. It's likely we are going to see them again in the last game of the day over on Livik, but for Take Aim Gaming, ARB, and TJB, all of them, we're not going to be seeing any more from until the next phase.
I think we absolutely will see to Na'Vi, right? Surely.
That's what I was saying. It's likely we're going to see them again in the last game.
I think it's definite.
Ooh, interesting. Interesting. I think it's definite.
Yeah, like I don't think Ruthless Esports can make up 50 points in one game.
Well, you'd probably be right.
Yeah. But yes, it's the first time I've been better at maths than John. But I think it's because of an oversight and not because I'm better at maths.
It's still possible.
No, it's
possible.
not possible.
It's possible.
It is possible, but
I promise.
okay. I think we're getting into strange terms here. I think it's very, 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 very unlikely Na'Vi gets.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
There we go. I think we're better on track now. But yeah, Na'Vi not playing. You know, Take Aim Gaming, ARB, or TJB in this one. But do you know what time it is? MUERTE hot drop. MUERTE hot drop. No, you saw me. What? Oh, okay, it's a heal off.
Split.
The heal off.
They're on a wide split on that southwest island. Without
They're
Na'Vi
taking
as
their
well.
chances with that heal off as well.
Well, they might not have a heal off actually with the circle. What happened in Ruins?
In
Is there
the
a hot drop in
circle.
Ruins?
There is a hot drop in Ruins actually. It's between Death Machine and the Grey Team. Oh, I can't see properly.
I think that's VP.
Oh, there we go. This the VP is.
Both teams taking knocks. 2 flushes over towards Death Machine. VIRTUS.PRO maybe looking to try and keep themselves alive, but they are losing players as well. The Ruins proving to be difficult. Na'Vi, not Na'Vi, sorry, VIRTUS.PRO.
Go past him.
I've done what Max does. Called them Na'Vi. NEXUS absolutely on the swivel here for Death Machine. But VIRTUS.PRO, I mean, to be fair, it is actually not unlikely that these two teams could leapfrog one another. With a big game from Death Machine, there's a chance to put themselves in good stead to overtake VP in that Livik game. VIRTUS.PRO in 2nd place, 246. 3rd place, Death Machine, 226. With those 3 elimination points being totted up on top of it. This is potentially a position-deciding engagement.
I think this is silly from VIRTUS.PRO, honestly. Not a good play at all, because I know it's only 1 point, but it's also those overalls you're thinking about. And I think hot dropping now, where you could get a 20-point game and then another 20-point game coming into Livik, there's a real chance that you could have potentially laddered up on top of MADBULLS if they have a bad game here on Sanhok, which is also entirely possible. So
Talking about.
well, there you go. It's beginning. So yeah, I don't like that from VIRTUS.PRO at all. I think that very, very silly.
It's unlikely that you're going to get a 40-point game, though. That's a 25 elimination game.
Oh, no. Not 40 points. I'm not talking about 40. I'm talking 20 points this game, 20 points Livik.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
There's the brain.
Yes. This is the brain on the cast right now speaking to you.
Okay.
Which is why I find this really, really daft, actually, from VP. Maybe they didn't expect Death Machine to drop here. I mean, Death Machine usually drops in the center of the map. So yeah, it's very, very odd that both these teams drop here. Is it Take Aim Gaming that's not playing this match? I think it is.
They are not. Yeah.
So
not in this
Ruins
game.
is open. So both VIRTUS.PRO and Death Machine went for this. So maybe it's not daft. It's just coincidence that both these teams thought to themselves, why don't we take Ruins?
Oh boy. Auto shotgun, absolutely deadly in these Ruins corridors. Might want to push for the flush, but swings out wide. Tries to cover the back. The DBS is on the downed player. And already a lot of damage. Goes for the cross. Doesn't quite cover it off for NEXUS. Swings out wide. They know each other are there, but oh boy, not quick enough on the draw. NEXUS wins out the day. VIRTUS.PRO eliminated. 1 point. Sorry, 2 points on the game.
Yeah, 2 limbs, and now it's impossible for them to ladder up over MADBULLS, I would say, at this point in time, especially with the limited points you can grab yourself over on Livik. So yeah, really unfortunate. I take back what I said about being daft. I think both those teams making astute decisions, saying, you know what, tag aren't in, let's head down towards Ruins. So I take everything back about it being a daft player. It's just frustrating, really. I feel like VIRTUS.PRO should have been able to win that fight versus Death Machine.
I think that's, not playing not playing for a consistent point game. The only place that's going to hurt them is in the overalls, I think. I think you highlighted that quite well earlier, right? If you put another 10 points into those overalls, that could be really, really important down the line, gaining those bonus points for overall points totals. But it's unlikely that they get taken out of second place this time, this phase, unless Death Machine keep going with a really, really strong game. The good news is, for VIRTUS.PRO, is that they've taken 2 of the Death Machine players down, and we spoke about it before. It is very, very hard to play Sanhok with 2.
Yeah, so either this is a securing of the 19 points or just looking for somewhere else to play around the map and making a different decision based on the circle as it comes in with Take Aim Gaming not playing. Again, I do still think that VIRTUS.PRO could have gone to their original drop spot. I don't think they had to drop this because there's a lot of what-ifs going around Ruins. It's a very popular spot on the map. It looks like Big might have eyes on towards Hamodi. Just waiting for the team shot to come through.
They definitely know he's there.
Yeah, they went for the second player, I think.
Beast and Mihi are both in position. There's a third player out on this broadside. They are waiting. And NEXUS is going to be fully confident that he can exit that direction.
Big have got ahead of them as well. Because of that fighting that was going on, they usually held out for a long, long while, John, by Take Aim Gaming. But this time, they just saunter on past. So, life's good for them. Team Doom, though, versus Shockwave. Wow, everyone's falling very quickly here.
Okay, Nightmare knocked. Trazen low, but they are resable in these spots. Trazen going for the heal. Team Doom with only 2 players standing, Frosty and Zero. Spoken about the prowess of Frosty, but that's not going to matter here. As Team Doom lose yet another. Zero now trapped between Shockwave and QODEX.
QODEX move out nice and early over towards Quarry side. So another slight change coming from QODEX. They don't want to get locked in combat with NEXUS anymore. They decide, you know, it's a much better idea for themselves to just leave that fight alone. In the meantime, Death Machine do go down to Big, which is one of our major storylines this game that we need to pay attention to there. So that'll be them going down. Behind them, I believe that is in 227 points to VIRTUS.PRO's 248. So a little bit rough.
This is now a chance for Pioneer.
It is now a chance for... Yes, this is a chance for Pioneer to take 3rd place. Again, everything will still be decided over in that Livik match, so there's still 1 to go for the top 12 teams who will qualify. But yeah, Pioneer can put enough of a lead ahead this match. And with like a much more aggressive Pioneer today, which I have been loving to see, it's a real possibility.
Certainly is. I think one of the most malleable positions, though, that we're looking at this stage is still MUERTE's bid to jump up into the top 12 for this stage. The goal that they have to reach is to get more points than either NEXUS or Big. By a fairly significant margin, actually, as well. They're currently 8 points behind NEXUS and Big, who are tied on 163 in 11th and 12th place. MUERTE 155. So if they get 8 more points than either of those 2 teams this game, they will be in the top 12 and they will bump the other one down.
I mean, if MUERTE's been doing their homework, paying attention, best thing for them to do right now is Enigma Galaxy play, right? You lead that area with a lot of meds here, and you just send 3 players in towards those end zones and cause as much chaos as possible. Try and get a lot of damage done. The biggest mistake they can make right now is to move too far up. I think this move is acceptable just purely for scouting purposes over towards this hillside. Make sure they know where teams are. But yeah, this is where Enigma Galaxy usually drop. It's where TJB would usually drop. It really is the heal-off area. Now, this circle does not favor them one bit. They really would have hoped for a northeast shift, sorry, on this circle, just so they could actually be further outside the zone right now. Now Sami becomes a comfortable position for players to actually rotate towards to hold in for the time being, and MUERTE just want to be clean, free of a lot of these engagements. Now, they could head up towards Camp Alpha, but again, it's a difficult decision to make. Do you really want to bank everything on the heal-off for those 8 points? Or would you like to see if he can get the win from this position? For NEXUS, things are rough because in one of the prime rotation positions, you mentioned this earlier in the day, John, on Sanhok, it's one of the prime locations for teams crossing, so they're more likely to get into a lot more engagements than MUERTE is. But again, it's a case that they can't really be looking for those big points this game. Anything a little bit more will really scuff the chances of MUERTE.
I mean, it's not only just getting 8 points, it's getting 8 points more than NEXUS or Big, right? So you're really probably looking at trying to get into the late teens of points at this stage.
Yeah, you'd want to double the 8, right? Just for security, and even go further than that if you can. However, issue with the heal off is that MUERTE still needs to get some eliminations to secure something really big. I think they can be quite comfortable going for this heal off though, knowing that NEXUS is in this position and they are going to be coming under heavy fire very soon. Though they have done a massively good job of holding on to PIONER before. And I think that's the real scary possibilities, that some of these teams coming through this location might just not be able to bear down on top of NEXUS properly and get taken out. Fortunately for MUERTE, it's MADBULLS that are coming in. So, you know, this is quite the competent team.
Very much so. This is the thing, though. If you are a team moving in, you just don't want to go into PIONER because you're locking yourself into a conflict that, sure, you might be able to win, but you're going to take damage, and there's going to be teams behind you also looking at doing that. You could get third-partied. The danger, I think, outweighs the value when you could just cross at another point down to the southwestern island. I don't imagine NEXUS are really going to get challenged here.
Yeah, it's curious because there's a lot of different things with PIONER, right? Is that if you're playing in your just pub games, it's difficult to head in towards PIONER anyway because you know there's going to be teams there. Playing in competitive, on the other hand, like this in a tournament, is slightly different. At most, there's going to be one team inside of PIONER with the other at the initial start of the game. If there's two teams when they're leaving, either losing a couple of players or opting to just drop out early. And for NEXUS, it's very, very hard for them to hold the entirety of PIONER, which is why you can see a lot of them. You can't see them right now, but we can see that a lot of them are stacking towards the north side of PIONER, trying to hold out as many teams coming down from boot camp as possible.
Ooh. Andy looking for the knockover onto Aza. Zombie sets up the crossfire, but it's traded off. Trazen spots Zombie at the back, immediately rattles. That's a resable scenario. But look at the mini-map over to the north side of this. PIONER trudging on down. They want to start their march up towards third place.
SHOCKWAVE need to finish this fight out quick because looking at the last Sanhok, they know that 4 Romanian men rotate through this position, so they'll be coming soon, but it's PIONERs who are taking the fight to them. Again, this aggression is great to see. I want to sort of see more of it coming through from PIONERs, and they're just third-partying this one up. They have the high ground to play around with, and they're opting to take the third party and sweep.
It's working. It's going pretty well. There's nades coming through. Nightmare goes down. Trazen knocked to boot. And PIONER can look to pick up some points. Beg for mercy. Spots Aza. Looks for these sprays. Just wants to pick up these points if he can. A player from PIONER does get knocked in response. There was an XTEAM member, Nightmare, with the Vector around the rock. Putting these nades back deep. Black-white launching it high. Hopefully looking for the damage, but not quite finding it. Unfortunately, Nightmare does get spotted out in the end. PIONER doing a lot of work. SHOCKWAVE still suffering. I think SHOCKWAVE eliminated in the meantime. And it's just Beg for Mercy now facing off against PIONER. With 4 Romanian men coming in at the back as well, it's really, really sticky.
Yeah, 4 Romanian men picking up 2 points there in terms of elimination, so must be on to those SHOCKWAVE players. And you could see SHOCKWAVE desperately trying to finish that fight out as fast as possible for themselves because they were aware of that rotation. You can say nothing less than respecting SHOCKWAVE's play in terms of macro. It's just unfortunate their team fighting just doesn't quite match up to that similar thing. A lot of times they have to rely on positioning and placing themselves in the best place to win to get those victories, to get those chicken dinners. And I think that team fighting is something they really do need to brush up on a little bit because it is quite sloppy at times.
All right, here's the fight. MADBULLS, Big, Eastern Stars all going for the fight here. MADBULLS late entry to the third party, but Eastern Stars holding them out. 4 players alive for the Eastern Stars. Big did lose a player and 1 more is knocked, but that looks to be getting rezzed there on your screens in the middle. It's way of getting Mickey back on up. Beast on an off angle. If Big go down here, that's good news for MUERTE, remember.
fantastic news for MUERTE. Still a little bit of a precarious situation. Yeah, there is still that chance that they can ladder up over Big. So Big and Nexus both at risk here.
Oh,
been taken over.
Nexus are in this fight as well. The MADBULLS have spotted them.
As Redox goes down. Now, Redox is one of the great players from that team who's able to push away a lot of rotations and hard crashes into them. So Redox going down is actually a big piece of the puzzle being removed.
So they are still fragging out. One of the players for MADBULLS found and knocked. A forwards position as well. Nexus at 3, MADBULLS at 3. Big at 3 as well. Eastern Stars staying strong at 4. They have got control of the position. PIONER spotted. 4 Romanian men trying to play spoiler here. But Fash just allowing these shots to go through, not taking any revenge.
Taking any revenge as of yet. Again, awkward scenario here on the top side. And I think for Pioneers, a lot of it at the moment is information gathering for themselves. They know that there's multiple teams around this location. They don't want to make any plays too soon, but that will have been spotted. And being in a prone position, awful place to be. Ooh. Should have got himself up just a little bit sooner there, in my opinion.
Like third place might elude them for now. 4 Romanian men taking care of business on the southeast side against XTEAM, finally finding the final player, but there's Pioneer still to worry about. Nexus still low, Big as well. 3 players alive, but very split up against the Eastern Stars baseline of fire, with Game Lord crashing into the back. Eastern Stars' attention is drawn just that little bit.
We are getting into those point of the game now where we're down to 12 teams, and every single team that drops from here, the points will start to increase. And after Nexus were able to hold off MADBULLS, in fact, very good for them. MUERTE is sending in now towards the circle. Dadeev behind, crossing the actual zone itself. There is a large rock in the middle of this, which is breaking line of sight between the two teams of Nexus as well as MUERTE. Fight between Big and Game Lord. Mihi starts off strong.
Valo taken very, very low as well, but finally Mihi is going to be taken down. Game Lord do suffer slightly. SHOCKWAVE at the back there looking to try and create some retribution angles here, but not really finding too much. Eastern Stars, grateful for the respite from Game Lord's assault on the south side. They will have to move a little bit further in. Big on the outskirts. Rob's just on scopes at the wrong time, but they know that SHOCKWAVE is here. Just dancing up and down these stairs right now. Wants to go for the challenge, but there's so many angles. How is he still alive?
They'd really like to clear that player because he's a massive thorn in the side right now. With high ground advantage as well and vision towards them, they can't comfortably take this fight between them as well as Eastern Stars. In the meantime, though, it's the MADBULLS coming behind Eastern Stars with a nade, long range. And Game Lord might just be able to leave that player from Big behind and just push directly onto Eastern Stars' position here.
With the knock on to Athis as well, their forward player is taken out. Akashi flushes it down, and now Game Lord can start to mount on up. 2 players preoccupied, 1 down, 1 rezzing, and it's only Kapahala in the door frame trying to control this. Akashi sends straight on in. Kame is spotted there. They will see those players trying to go for these rezzes, but can they hold it on out? Around the rock, it is absolute decimation. Game Lord rolling in strong against Eastern Stars up the top of the hill. Big, 2 players still alive, and they've been left well alone on the western edge.
SHOCKWAVE and Beast still popping. We know that Beast is one hell of a solo player, but MUERTE do find a really good position in the circle. And now it turns into big decision times. Do they want to keep playing this one out, try and find a win here, or go for the heal off? Again, now I feel like the win is in sight, and Kalaris even sporting the MUERTE prediction there. Another Game Lord pick coming through from Max, but they're getting picked apart here over towards that western side just a little bit.
Both Big and Nexus are still in this lobby. The elimination count's not super high, but there's 4 on the cards for Big, bringing the total needed to leapfrog them up to 12 points on the game for MUERTE. And then you have to add on those placement points already. But that is going to be at least the same for both of them.
Havlik at least able to take down one of the players. I think that might have been the player with all the meds. So Pioneer might be able to ladder up in this game just off of the fact that he'll have a lot of meds to play around with, might be able to go to the heal off here. I'd love to take a quick look back at Havlik and see if he was able to pick up any off him, because I think we have seen multiple times, I'm not wrong, John, 4 many men going for a heal off.
Unicorns of Love spotted by Xeric from MADBULLS. 2 players remain on that team. Only the 1 elimination. Big with their duo have managed to get into a not terrible position. Gamelord close by, still giving them jip. The building definitely known, but no nades for Victor, only the Molotov. Looking to burn it out.
This is that rock that I was talking about earlier on. Such an interesting place of interaction. Dadaev actually is sticking outside, so this is the complete Nigma Galaxy strat. So this is the 3 players head forward, try and create as much chaos as possible, and then finish it out. It's so interesting that it's MUERTE versus Nexus here as well, John. This is their direct competition, but Doran, with the Groza, it's 3 versus 3 here, so we're on equal terms at the moment.
Well, there's also the wild card of Codex on the north side of this. Nexus might just have their work cut out for them, as Vito says straight on in, but immediately it's taken down. The Groza barks from the grass. Vito will be flushed on out. Another smoke going to be dropped, but Codex know this is here. So do MUERTE. Dadaev healing in the back. Flush comes through. Nexus taking nades, taking punishment. Codex wanting to put a spoiler, wanting to put a stopper on this one. Big still holding out on the west side as well, as MUERTE fly up the hill now. Codex have more to worry about. Nexus might have an ally in their greatest enemy. Unicorns of Love trying to push up the back here, and there's 4 teams in this fight. It's all chaos all the way on the top of the ridgeline. MUERTE flush out Codex, but Nexus are falling, and MUERTE are riding strong straight on into it. 3 players are there. The Unicorns of Love are in, and it's just Octavian for Nexus. He's in a crack, he's in a crevice, gets the drop on the spray, but can he find more than this? Looks for more, but no, will not find it. Denied. Dadaev is back in. 28 first aids, and he is healing the team on out. Unicorns of Love are shutting it down. Big are eliminated. A total of 10 points on the game, meaning 18 is the benchmark that MUERTE need to reach.
Are you joking me with that play coming through from Dadaev? Spots the team's in trouble. He's meant to be the healer. Comes back from absolute death outside the zone and mutilates the remaining members of Nexus at a very, very opportune moment for them. That might have not happened without the help of Dadaev. Decides to say, screw it, I don't want to go for the heal off anymore. We're going for the win, boys.
There it is as well. 3rd place now guaranteed for MUERTE. It's actually Nexus for the benchmark. I thought it was big, but it's Nexus. 14 points necessary to draw even on the game. They are right on the door. They've guaranteed themselves 14 points. I don't know who wins the tiebreaker.
See here, already Narvalo's down though. And MUERTE looking to strike out with some more points. Nexus there with the 2 chicken dinners. They will have more placement points after this game, so if they go to a tiebreaker, I think MUERTE will win if they get the chicken dinner. Either way, they get those points on top. I think it'll come down to the elimination points, which currently Nexus have more of, so MUERTE cannot go down in 3rd with the 4 eliminations.
Either way, Big are safe. They are in. It's Nexus versus MUERTE, and at the moment, MUERTE are looking good to take this one down. Gamelord with the 1 player healing on the outside. Victor moving through. As soon as he dies, that's it. MUERTE are in, Nexus are out. They've made it. They've done what they needed to do on the southwestern island. Now it's just the MADBULLS in their way. What a way to make their run, taking down the top players in the lobby, but they still have skills to get through. Finally, they take it down, and it is MUERTE with the miracle run to the top 12.
What a final push coming through from MUERTE. And you know what? Dadaev just has to be my MVP from today. It's not often you see the healer switch mid-fight to the DPS spec and come in there at the final moments and pick up that last player from Nexus on Octavian. I did not see him coming around at all. I love that Dadaev, he just tosses it all to the wind at the end. He's like, look boys, the chicken dinner is right there around the corner. We can take this, and just sprints back into the zone with the Nikes on. Goodness me, I think that's probably one of my favorite chicken dinners out of the entirety of the tournament. You know, they were just feeling it. Recall Dadaev back to the fold.
That was absolutely chaotic. And in the mix of that, that's NEXUS losing out as well. The team that was the main focus of that engagement, that Dadaev came in and saved the day for MUERTE on, took down the team that they were trying to chase. It is so poetic for this team to be able to make it this way.
Absolutely. I think NEXUS, you know, they just make the wrong play, man. You got to do the same thing as Dadaev there. NEXUS just try and play the passive game and stick around on that 12th place, but they don't make the full push, just like the team of MUERTE, and they go for the kill. We're going to go back to the desk now, where they'll break that all down. See you guys later.
I don't know how to break that down because Kalaris predicted something that should never have happened, and Max is sad. I'm sad. The world's sad here. Wow.
Can we start changing the rules where if I just get a podium finish, you know, I get a win, I would have so many more points right now. But I mean,
it's fine. I told you, Kalaris is legit. He actually does have a map stream where he is ahead.
You wish.
And he's broken.
Okay, wait. A question for you, Kalaris, though. Okay. Even though you predicted the team right, they should not have been able to survive whatever fight they were taking on NEXUS position. Like, that was just mental.
In the NEXUS Unicorns of Love scenario, I expected them to go down, yes. But they made the recovery. You know, it was not only the Kalaris blessing, it was the fuel, the passion, the drive, the energy, every single factor. MUERTE getting in, getting top 12. You know I'm right, Max. You know I'm right.
Yeah.
As always.
I don't agree with him.
Defeat!
I've given up.
Well, the white flag has been waved, and MUERTE get themselves 22 points. But Gambler right behind them at 17. We saw Victor off in the blue at the very end there, maybe looking for a cheeky frag before he did get eliminated, but he still did fall. And MADBULLS again, another 16 points. So if I'm not mistaken, MADBULLS, who already had a 40-point lead at the start of this match, are now guaranteed to get 20 points into the finals.
I think, Max.
Yeah, I mean, MUERTE here being able to actually get himself a really good step up. Like, you're still looking at their position before this game. They had to be able to push themselves up in that position in top 12. So luckily it worked out for them. But I mean, NEXUS, that's my question, right? Because they were currently also on the cusp. And yeah, I mean, have they unfortunately threw away their game to qualify into that Livik match? I'm not too sure. But man, those 6 points for NEXUS might not make the cut. So we'll have to see as we look at the overalls later.
Yeah, rough, really crazy stuff. What a way. And actually, just in general, I'm loving everything that's kind of changed in terms of the format to come into now this season and find themselves in this interesting scenario, because there's so much to play for, even just for the last game of each phase. Never mind the points that you actually want to scramble for moving through into that grand final. So loving it a lot, loving it a lot.
Of course you are, because you're winning every prediction.
I know this game pretty well, Jason. That's all I'm going to say.
You're almost 50%. You know that, right? We've had 24 matches, and you have 10 correct predictions.
Right? Huh. No. There was the Turkish kebab point. That doesn't count.
We haven't got 24 matches. 24 matches played per team.
There was 20. Okay.
We got more.
Yeah, but you lost one and you won one of those. So, I mean, you're almost still 50% out of the 20. So, out of the 24 matches, you have 9 points.
Yeah,
29 matches so far. Yes.
Max, shush, just
29. Every team's played 24.
Yeah, but the teams play 24, but like each team plays 4 matches a day, but it's 5 matches per day.
So it's not as close to 50% as I thought it was, as we're taking a look at the highlights here.
I can't believe I corrected your numbers. What has happened there?
That's not bad. Come on. Like, anyway.
Yeah, let's focus on the highlights then, I guess. Okay. No, I'm hosting that. Oh, okay, fair
now.
enough. Yeah, but we saw MUERTE. I don't. Do I have to talk about this? I don't want to talk about the moment I lost my prediction again. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to get back as a 4-man crew out of nowhere was pretty surprising. MADBULLS still able to make it there, but they just, I mean, skills can't take a 1v4 at the end. So yeah, it's the win for MUERTE, and normally they push themselves up in top 12.
It's funny because something that actually makes it difficult on Sanhok in terms of when third parties come in, because such foliage cover and stuff like that, makes it hard for MADBULLS and Game Lord to punish MUERTE on the other side. It's exactly the same thing that makes it hard for them to punish on the other side, because it's difficult to push forwards and kind of hold them out and punish the knocks that come in their way, right? So it's Sanhok things, man, and for MUERTE, it allows them to recover in quite the spectacular way.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their player stats in the last match, nothing really outstanding, to be honest. There's 4 eliminations for Unicorns, but I mean, 353 damage. I mean, this is kind of, I guess, what you would expect out of a Sanhok. You shouldn't expect too many eliminations, but as you're saying, Max, this might have been enough, or I guess would have been enough for them to move into top 12. I mean, we'll obviously have to take a look at overalls. I don't remember what the gap was between
It was a very small gap. So I'm almost 100% sure they made it up there. My question is, though, for, as already stated, for Nexus, them unfortunately not able to close off that game. I think that might be, unfortunately, the reason why they do not make it into that Livik match. So I'm mainly looking at Nexus Gaming to see where they are. So we'll have to see it. But MADBULLS, 300 points at the end here, like mental first phase from these guys. The question is, can they do it for phase 2 and phase 3? If so, they could kick off like with so many points in the finals.
It's so excellent, isn't it? Like, considering the amount of work that they've been able to put in, very impressive stuff so far. I think regardless of what happens on Livik and beyond, they have surpassed, I think, a lot of our expectations here when it comes to the point games that they've got.
Yeah, and obviously, like, with them having that big of a lead, there's no way they could be surpassed. So MADBULLS should be going in with 20 points. VIRTUS.PRO should be going with 19 points. As we move down the list, though, we will see. MUERTE has made it in. Navi almost getting knocked out. NEXUS getting pushed out there at the very end, out of top 12. So that's unfortunate for them. But to be fair, I mean, look at the point gap between 9th and 10th. It's really hard to move up in points. You need to get a lot of eliminations here if you're MUERTE to try to pass Codex, to sneak by an extra point.
It feels bad for Nexus, right? They would have just been able to get a few extra eliminations here and there, just being able to survive just a few more placements more, and they would have been able to play at that Livik, but unfortunately not going to be there. I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? It's just one Livik they're going to be missing out on. It's fine. They can still get himself a few points from their position here in 13th. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's Big able to make it, Navi too, and Navi has really, I would say, flipped a switch during these last few days. So if they can keep that momentum in phase 2, like, Navi's going to be a really scary team to go up against.
Yeah, but if they can, that's the question, right? We're always going to have this ifs, ands, or buts, and we've already talked about consistency out of a lot of these teams, and they're one of the teams still struggling with their own. But to see TJB down here, by the way, out of top 12 after playing in PMWI, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know if I have any positive words for them right now, because that's
yeah,
be
I'll take it for you, Jason. It's a disaster for phase 1. This is not what we expect from TJB. It's not where they should be as a roster as a whole, especially with some of the star power that they have on their team as well. I would say even to a lesser degree, Ruthless. I don't think they should be down here either, considering what we expect from them as a roster. But that's how the cookie crumbles for phase 1.
I mean, they've been a team, Ruthless, that's been in the region for so long, right? You would expect them at some point to be able to find some semblance of, like, consistency, but they just keep showing us some good games every once in a while, and then it just falls back down and unfortunately flat on their faces and can't quite perform. So, yeah, it's unfortunate to see that some of the teams down below, but hopefully they can bring changes in the future phases. But we saw that even in last season with TJB, roster change to take the entire league stage to improve, and then they make in the finals, and then they do well, but unfortunately, you can't afford to do that here because you got that point lead, right, heading into the finals, so that will not be enough this time. Phase 2, Phase 3, we need to see a rise from the bottom teams. Otherwise, I mean, I'm pretty sure we won't be making it into the championships whatsoever.
Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of teams. I'm, by the way, just to go back to TJB, I'm happy you brought up Ruthless here, because they have been playing in these PMPLs for like 2 years, and we saw a huge step up out of them last season, but now going to this one, yeah, I don't know. It's seeming like the UDR killers that we knew before, unfortunately. But as we do move into Livik, as you can see, we have about 2.5 minutes till we get in there. There is a change up in how points work. So we can actually show you guys at home, because we've been kind of mentioning it, right? We said MADBULLS should be secure in first place, getting 20 points. It's because you can only get 10 points for a win here, which means you have to pick up a ton of eliminations if you want to be able to surpass any teams. But there's also less teams, so there's less points to actually be won by any team here.
Yes.
Are we going to see it?
Yes. Yeah, well, I guess we're not going to see it for now. But we can tell you that's why we've been talking about it's going to be pretty impossible for MADBULLS to be surpassed. But that does mean we actually know some points that some teams already have when you're not in top 12, and obviously some of the teams in top 12 as well. So it's going to be tough, but again, Livik, like the first time we're going to see it here in these lobbies, it's going to be really hard to have any experience or any like preparation when it comes to, I think, this battleground here for these teams and where people are going to drop. So I almost want to ask you guys, do you expect there to be hot drops
maybe,
happening?
But I think in terms of potential experience, it's funny because the one team that was playing it in PMWI is not playing it because they're not in this lobby, right? But Max, the M1014, yes, please, more of that. Let's go. What do you think?
Yeah.
I feel like we had a shift of meta actually since PMPL. Like we're seeing a lot more DBS being played, like the Saiga's being played for once in a while, and especially in Livik, like the M1014 is a very, very strong weapon. So yeah, I still hope we're going to see the P90, but as we already had this conversation during PMWI, right, where like muscle memory will trump weapons that are maybe a little bit stronger on the individual map, and I think players will still stick with the UMP. But if someone can get hold of a P90 and use it well, that could really allow you to like have a major step up on Livik. So I hope I want to see a few P90 plays there.
Yeah, I think it would be exciting. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the points if I can see it somewhere, because I wanted to actually take that into effect. But we'll move on from that. It's not a big deal. We'll obviously check it with overalls when we do get to the very end of it here. But is it going to center on Crabgrass?
Yes.
That's my question, Max. We know how much Kalaris loves it. I want to see it. I will give up all my prediction points if we can have it
just to
there.
spike Kalaris here, whichever team drops in Crabgrass, they get my prediction. Okay, I'm just going to commit to it.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that.
I'm holding you to that as well.
I'm going to hold you. Oh, there we go. So there we go. There's the points, how it works. So Livik, you can see you get 10 points for first place, you get 6 points for second, 5 for third, and 1 elimination will still equal 1 point. So that's what we're talking about before, why it's so difficult for teams to actually catch up to MADBULLS or to move too much in the leaderboard, but it does give the opportunity to sneak by that extra point or two. And not to mention, if I'm not mistaken, Max, this does work towards your points.
It does. Every single game that is played counts towards that PMGC, like the race to PMGC leaderboard. So this point, now these points could get potentially for your game laws, your Eastern Stars. It could have a major impact, so they should still try and take it seriously.
All right, well, let's see. We're going to bring it over to our very serious commentators, though, of John Allen and Blank.
I'm very serious all the time. There's no fun allowed, Blank. This is PUBG Mobile. Where you think this is a game? It's serious business. I won't hear anything different.
M1014, I can't wait to see you again. I love Livik, man. It's good. It's good. It's the happiest days around. What are you doing? Don't look like that. This is all fun and games on Livik.
Looking
It's
for
exciting
sanctuary
times.
from your...
You can't have it. You're in here with me,
behavior.
boy. Yeah, you're stuck in here with me. That's the way it works. Fortunately, you do have a small box to assist you, so it's all right, John. It's all right. Look, I can't get quite.
That's right.
Yeah, it's very rough.
That's right.
So you're okay, but we are heading over towards Livik, where we're going to see some of that shotgun meta. Crabgrass obviously being the best position on the map. That's a lie, by the way. But we are heading over there right now, and the players are going to drop in. This is our top 12 teams from Phase 1 dropping right in, and we'll see exactly how this does all pan out. Very, very small map, so the circles are going to be coming in quick. You got to move fast. Power plant, we saw the PMWI, that was Damwon Kia's location of choice. Worked out quite well. Didn't really have to participate in too many fights.
Here's the fun fact, Blank. Ready for
Fun
you?
fact,
It
yes.
is possible to draw even with MADBULLS for VIRTUS.PRO. It is
it?
right on the edge, though. 54 points available for a team that eliminates every other player in the lobby and gets the chicken dinner total. That's 44 elimination points with these 12-team lobbies, because, of course, there's 11 other teams of 4 players. That's 44, and then 10 for the chicken dinner brings it up to 54, and you'll never guess how many points VIRTUS.PRO are behind MADBULLS. It's only 54 points, right?
Oh, 54.
So it's possible to draw even. However, MADBULLS have 4 chicken dinners and VIRTUS.PRO have 1. So the tiebreaker goes to MADBULLS every day, which means that MADBULLS guaranteed mathematically to get those 20 bonus points now.
Finally, I love guarantees, man. They're my absolute favorite. Death Machine over towards Esports on the east side of the map. Athis, though,
Crabgrass.
from Eastern Stars. Oh, yeah.
It's Na'Vi.
It's not Na'Vi. That's Eastern Stars, mate.
What? No, that's Na'Vi.
They've got different colour.
Yeah, the yellow team, Na'Vi and Crabgrass.
Oh, right. I'm talking about the team that's right on our screen right now, John. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Got the
Well,
picture.
they're in a different place. That's what I want to know.
Did you want to know about Crabgrass?
That's what I was looking for.
Money on?
That's what I was going in for, you know? A little bit of Crabgrass shenanigans. That's Max's prediction. We'll be looking out for that later. We'll be keeping an eye out. Pesky Max.
I thought they'd actually thrown up their actual predictions, but no, it's... I think Max has to predict the team in Crabgrass down now, right?
Yeah.
Legally.
He's legally bound to it. Codex, find a player of Eastern Stars early on, bringing them down to 3. The dance for 3rd place is on, as is the dance between 5th and 6th. Third place, Death Machine and Pioneer. 227 for Death Machine, 222 for Pioneer. So potential for a little bit of a change up there. Game Lord in 5th, Eastern Stars in 6th. 216 for Game Lord, Eastern Stars on 210. And if Eastern Stars take a dip early, good news for Game Lord, they can start to strike out, maybe even up to 3rd.
I like that MUERTE is even taking it to Codex right now. Unfortunately, Striker does have to hit the floor. Dadaev comes up next to bat. And you know, Codex have only found 1 point this game. And MUERTE is not happy with 10th place. They want to get into the single digits there, being surpassed Codex, losing one other player. Dadaev looking over towards Na'Vi, who are moving up towards his position. Goodness me, it's all popping off in this location. Third parties are so easy. The map is so small that very, very simple to get into position. Just sprint it across.
Na'Vi doing well for their crabgrass run. You know what I enjoy about Calaris's hate of crabgrass? Is that he says it crabgrass. Excellent.
Yeah,
MUERTE getting there. Crabbed on out there by Na'Vi as they are surrounded. Striker, the only one to volley fire back, but not really able to land too much. Push on in for Kitsune. Only Tixie down, but there is a knock on the high ground there against Na'Vi. Striker inside the building, trying to play sneaky around the side, and it's going well. Kitsune also down now, and another player of Na'Vi very low. Meku finally, with the P90, puts it to bed, but Codex is now there. They are right on the door frame. Looking to take this down. Eastern Stars have oversight. Na'Vi might be shut down faster than they engaged it.
You know, the funny thing is that Na'Vi, if they get 1 more elimination points, they're effectively got a 2nd place. P90 from Meku to send a lot of bullets down range and eviscerate the opponents.
Okay, Kapahala takes down the outside angle as well for Codex. And Na'Vi sweep up the forward presence. Eastern Stars now a little bit further north. Everybody else just vibing on out.
So there's your 2nd place from Na'Vi, 2 players down. I think they just want to get into this one and just try and take down as many players as possible. I think they're a confident team when it comes to those team fights in terms of third parties as well. Eastern Stars coming with 3 players. They've got 2 elims this match. Able to sweep up a few away from MUERTE, who actually got 0 eliminations this game. So Na'Vi looking to pull ahead maybe, and even overlap on top of Codex. Still, it's a long journey ahead of them. They're currently on 183 points so far with those 6 elims, behind the 191 of Codex.
MADBULLS, Game Lord. Got themselves a pitched battle. Really set up in a line here, but they have absolutely all got the loot really that they're looking for. Maybe a couple less throwables than Narvala would like, but everybody fairly looted. There it is. Blank, have you seen it?
I've seen it. It's the fabled. It's the M1014. We love to see it. That long shotgun. A good one.
Oh, wow.
Definitely puts in the work as well. I think it's fairly accurate, even at quite, I say long distances. By long distance, I mean like 2 of my arm spans. So you can definitely get a decent compound finish on it. I do have
gorilla arms, though.
I am an albatross of a human.
It's true.
So yeah, it's fine. Though you actually have longer arms than me. You're smaller than me. So I don't know how you dare say this.
Spider crab. Spider crab grass.
Spider crab. Narvalo mollied out by the MADBULLS. So Game Lord not able to get up too much. But again, this is a team that would love to get some points this match. Just 6 points would see them tied with Pioneer in 4th place.
Death Machine, VIRTUS.PRO around the ruined building. 1014 in hand for Hamodi. Tulika repositioning. VIRTUS.PRO, they're fairly secure in their 2nd place, but they don't want to give too much away. Pushing in, Hamodi will go down first. That M1014 not serving purpose just yet, but Mert is traded off. Tulika over the side, spots another player. It's just not going to go their way. Death Machine having a bad time of it.
Yeah, NASA trying to take some long-range shots even towards his own teammates there, unfortunately. It's like, mate, it's me.
Good news for Pioneer, though. This is the third place dance that we were talking about before. If Death Machine go down, Pioneer don't have a rival in that race. It's currently sat 5 points behind, or at the start of the game, they were sat 5 points behind Death Machine. And so on 0 points for Pioneer right now, Death Machine on 1. They have 6 points to gain over them.
Yeah, it's a much easier run for Pioneer over Death Machine than it is Game Lord to Pioneer. And with Game Lord being locked in combat between them and MADBULLS, it's a bit rough. Chulika is just unreal today. I don't know what's got into him, but, you know, someone's hit him with the adrenaline syringe.
Just going off. Like a rocket to the moon. Doing a lot of work for VIRTUS.PRO. And they certainly have earned their place with that potential probable 19-point bonus going into the finals. Setting themselves up well for phases 2 and 3 in the coming weeks. Still haven't found the last player, though, for Death Machine.
Let's take a cheeky check-in with the map, John. Very quickly. A lot of these teams on the northwest side look to make their way. Matic's already at 600 damage dealt. That guy is kind of unreal, I'll be honest. Always been one of my favorite players. It was very strange for me because he always was impressive on Na'Vi, but a lot of times overshadowed by some of the other players on the team, like Tixi. Slowly but surely, when Tixi felt a drop in performance as well, you definitely felt it during some of the CIS tournaments. You know, Matic was the one who took control of a lot of those games and was able to bring his team into somewhat of a good area. Look how far ahead of he is of everyone else right now. 664 damage dealt. It's almost half a K in this game, which is crazy, and they're still going. Meku and Matic, they're classic. These are the ones we like to see together.
They've been operating together for quite a long time now. They should be very familiar with each other's moves in the firefight. Hopefully they can use that coordination to their advantage. With only 2 players, though, after having lost a lot of their teammates early, not ideal. However, several eliminations already. This is really, really solid stuff coming through to pick up 7 of those eliminations. Excellent news for Na'Vi and for Max's prediction, because he is contractually now obliged to predict them, even if they die.
Exactly. What is it now? So up to 184, I believe, on the point count. QODEX with 3, so it is a little bit difficult. So they're exactly 10 points behind QODEX. So they'd need the chicken dinner or 4 extra eliminations and a second place to make it happen, to tie equal. And with Na'Vi having 2, I think that the placement points would just eke it out there for QODEX in 9th place.
Well, hang on a minute, because if Na'Vi got the chicken dinner, they'd get 3.
Oh, yeah, true. 100%. Well, no, because that's the second place I'm talking about to break them.
Oh, okay.
They got the chicken dinner, yeah, they could do it. And they would leapfrog above and get 11 points coming in through into the finals, which is quite a big jump, actually, from 11th place, because they've already laddered above to MUERTE here, getting the 10 points into the finals. So that's quite... I know it seems small, but 1 point sometimes can be the difference between 2nd and 3rd place, or even, lo and behold, a 1st and a 2nd.
Things have slowed down just a little bit. Game Lord and MADBULLS have been in this standoff for, well, since they dropped, since they've landed. And nothing really given. Nobody making a move over between those 2 teams in their cold engagement.
That is a nice shot from SHOCKWAVE, Azza, taking down one of the players. And I have complained a lot about Game Lord, and you know, I'm going to give them a little bit of relief right now. I will say that they've done very well, all things considered, right? It's a lot of those CIS teams that are above them at the moment from Western Europe, and they're doing a really good show of honestly proving us right that Western Europe is one of these really strong regions. It did need a little bit more of a bump in that competitive nature, and I think bringing the CIS teams in has been that fantastic additional factor for these teams to improve and work on extra things. So all things considered, Game Lord done quite well. They still have the opportunity this game to ladder up to 4th place and take home with them. I think that's the 16 points, which is perfect, which is exactly what they would be looking for. 17, I believe, is for 4th place. I think it's 17. Yes, it is 17.
Yeah, it will be.
Sorry, I apologise.
It shall be. Well, you know what? I forgive you. Big taking on Shockwave. Over to the eastern power plant. Shockwave were trying to swing on up, but Big have other ideas. Trazen down, but not out. Not really resable, though. Not in the position that he's in, right next to Big. There was a knock actually sent back there, over towards Big. Miki does take a tumble. The Eastern Stars might be chiming on in here, as the teams will all need to head eastward to get into the next circle.
Yeah, for Eastern Stars, a lot of their gear has several bullet hole craters in them. So the amount of fights that they've been taking there, John. So it's been a bit weird overall for Eastern Stars, but they have made it through. They're in an awkward spot right now because they don't really have much of a choice than to engage towards Big or Shockwave. They could swing down south and maybe go for a crossing over the river. Moves out into the delta there. Jason and Claris both going for a VIRTUS.PRO finish here.
All right.
Very confident with that position towards the center of the map. Game Lords still have a tough deal ahead of them, right? They've got to move through the MADBULLS, who are unlikely to let them go through this position unscathed. And it's 4v3 at the moment after that first Molotov at the beginning of the game that did take down Narvalo. And Narvalo being one of their heavy hitters as well. They've lost a big amount of power. Okay. So Jason and Claris, this is good. Did Max pick Na'Vi?
He did.
Good.
I'm proud of him.
I'm real proud of him as well. That is
solid.
Stick into his guns.
It's very good stuff. Proud casters we are. Eastern Stars very, very low and bandages only for Kame. I don't know if that's going to out-heal Zone 4 right now. It depends how much stims he has, and Kapahala definitely won't be able to out-heal that. Kame, though, wants to fight. Unfortunately, he just doesn't have the time to do so. Eastern Stars taken out.
Yeah, now Big has to move in. Na'Vi moving up towards the ridge that looks down towards the players of Shockwave. It's on the northwest side. They've just come from one of the compounds that they were holding beforehand. Fortunately, Beast does get hit. I believe that's by some shots coming through from Pioneers, in fact, off towards the south side of Reeds.
Everybody's going to have their work cut out to chase Na'Vi's points total right now. They might just want to disengage and try and send around the north side of Reeds. There's not a lot of cover there. It's quite open, so potentially even skirting around Midstein. It's a difficult set of rotations ahead for Na'Vi, so perhaps even fighting into Shockwave could be one of the better ideas.
Potentially. Only one first aid kit, though. Nice shots coming through from Meku, but has to leave and reposition Matic.
There it is.
4 first aid kits.
Supporting each other beautifully.
Yeah, unfortunate that Meku goes down. The Game Lord, equally unlucky. I think Akashi's just going to try and heal this one out as long as possible.
There they go. Na'Vi down. Heals are there. VIRTUS.PRO get the shift as well, and it looks like the predictions are going well for Kalaris. Is that Jason's new strat? I wonder. Just copy Kalaris. Try and beat Max, not be last.
I think for VP, life has become very easy just because of Reeds, right? They know the general location of a lot of these teams where they're coming from. It's either north or underneath Reeds or down towards the compound that Unicorns and Love are holding. Around them, it's all open grounds. The difficulty with Livik is a lot of times, because the map is so small and we get these circle shifts, if there is a compound in the circle, really rough without the use of smokes and a decent crash to dismount a team. You have to be super quick with it. And if you're on the sidelines as well, you're unlikely to get out. But that's some good shots coming through from Robs. Does eliminate a fair few players from MADBULLS, and that could be their run just absolutely decimated because of Robs alone.
Monkey and Skills in the vehicle together, trying to dash straight on into the middle. 2 vectors in hand, close range power, but these range combat's not going to be super useful. There is an M4 though, I'm assuming for both of them. The knock does go over to Skills, and the flush as well from Gonzo. Everybody getting torn apart here as VP start to cannon on these fields.
And they have to, right? They've taken the zone, but now the circle's moved away from them, so eventually we'll have to leave. So they want to clear the entirety of that north side. Game Lord's still going. Again, the points do drop down rather quickly over in Livik, so you won't get a huge amount of points for healing out unless you get that second place. Nice nade from Havlik over towards Unicorns of Love. Gonzo just gets a little bit too close for comfort there.
Pioneer under pressure now. They've already got a whole host of points and looking good to secure that 3rd place. Game Lord maybe looking to push up into 4th overall, this is. Game Lord started on 5th, but Death Machine going down fairly early with just the 2 points. There they go. Game Lord getting eliminated in 4th place. That's not a whole lot of points, and with Death Machine already getting 2, Game Lord only getting 6 on the game overall, I don't think they're going to be able to push on up. We'll have to wait and see. Pioneer still going. Unicorns of Love, VP, 3v3v3.
Yeah, Pioneer had to have a rough game there, and they will now go down in 3rd place. I think 3rd place gets you a couple of points, which they'll be happy with, and I think that should be the 3rd place now secure for Pioneer, so well done to them. But now VP looking to sweep the remaining players of Unicorns of Love. Icy and Crypto, the 2 fragging gods on the team, and already that's a huge amount of damage put in from the off angle from Crypto.
Not going to get the knock over onto Old Boy, though. On the flip side, will be able to get that heal through, should be able to res. Now there is time, however, for Unicorns of Love. There is a knock on the downhill, which makes it a lot harder, but potential to go for this push on a long circle, VP control.
Yeah, that circle is horrific. You know, Unicorns of Love might have been able to take this game if that circle moved just slightly further towards the center. But because it centers up here, you know, this rock is just going to be the death of Unicorns of Love.
It's not good. It's not good news, really.
They need to get close enough first, John, to actually start tossing the nades. And they just can't quite make it happen. If they get a good one over the top, Crypto's got 6. He just needs to get slightly closer, and Icy is providing the distraction that he desperately needs.
Crypto on the side, might spot Tulika, but the breakout wide from Icy is spotted, shimmying off the deck behind the rock. Has to live, you're right, needs the challenge. Crypto taken down, it is traded off, but it's just Icy now with the Vector and the blue at the back. It's all just too much to bear, and it is VIRTUS.PRO to take home the Livik chicken dinner.
20 points, Sean, by the way. By the way, 20 points. Okay.
By the way.
I think last game, what was it? I said that if they'd not taken Ruins and got a 20 point, like, this could have been really good for their overalls total. It would have seen them up towards the 280 point, right? And if MADBULLS didn't have a good game here or had a slightly worse game there on Sanhok, this could have been a VIRTUS.PRO 20-pointer going to the finals. Either way, some really interesting stuff. And I think Death Machine, yeah, will be dismounted from 3rd place. And Livik does decide quite a bit here, which is really nice to see. I love a fun map like Livik to really decide like where those top spots are. You still have to fight it out all the way to the end. And you're only playing with our top 12 teams, the best in the lobby at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, that's really, really cool to see that sort of shifts, those sort of shifts coming on through. I mean, to be fair, I was only tracking maybe 3 or 4 teams in terms of their point shift, but there were so many teams fairly close on points totals that could absolutely have been impacted fairly heavily by that game. So it'll be really interesting to see the overalls as they lie and decide our first phase of bonus points. But to do that, Blank, we're going to need to go back to the desk.
Well, that was interesting. Livik coming through. Not to mention Kalaris and I getting some points on the board here. So happy with our predictions. Maxman, that does make me equal to you, and also actually technically takes me farther than you by 1 point if we take out that -1 I did have. But it's not about me. It's not about our victories. It's about VIRTUS.PRO's victory here and the domination they're able to put on here with Livik.
Yeah, I mean, very good game. They played the logistics center as a drop location. At least you know you're not going to be contested in any way, shape, or form. And to be honest, they had some really good angles at the end. I can't complain, right? That fight versus Unicorns of Love was a little bit dicey at the end. And really get himself, what was that, 20 points in a Livik match? Like, I was not expecting to see this many points in a single game of Livik. So, man, impressive stuff on VIRTUS.PRO. They were still a little bit too far from 1st place, but still a very valiant effort.
Yeah, I mean, they were one of the only teams dropping on the far south side of the battleground as a whole, right? So they had a lot of room to work with. I was concerned when they lost one member, but rocking up in the right compounds when they needed to and being able to play it out from there. You're right, it did get dicey towards the end. And I think in a perfect world, Unicorns of Love, you're looking at Crypto's angle, for example. That's an amazing angle to try and start putting on the pressure against VIRTUS.PRO, but it just wasn't quite enough. And once again, me and Jason, the big virtual high five, getting it right. Better than Max.
I mean, that's a little harsh, but you're right, Kalaris.
That's right, yeah.
We're better than Max.
We
kicked his butt. Looking down the rest of the list, though, MUERTE, you know, that last game was fantastic out of them. But, or sorry, not Livik, I meant the one before that. But then they go into Livik and they don't get anything. But at least they still moved up in leaderboards when it came to their positions before and into higher than top 12. So some extra points overall. And we can see here, Death Machine 2, Codex. I mean, they've just been so quiet, I feel like, for such a long time now.
Yeah. I'm actually happy with what Na'Vi did this game. They dropped in Crabgrass, reason why I voted for Na'Vi in the first place, because I said I would. But seeing which teams were just barely above them. So before this game, Na'Vi were tied with MUERTE. MUERTE, we saw, got 0 points. So they overtook that position of MUERTE. And Codex was the team just above Codex. They won 191. Na'Vi had 177. If they had a win here, and they started off by eliminating Codex first, then they could have overtaken 2 placement points. 2 placements, sorry, in the leaderboards in this game alone, which have been mental, but unfortunately, by doing that fight, they lost 2 players, and of course, chances of a win are going to go significantly down. But I saw some P90 plays, so I'll take what I can. It's cool.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on just bashing on Max. But yeah, I mean, good points all around, to be fair. What really interests me, though, is that if we look at how this event started, this first phase started, we saw obviously some teams rise to the ranks. You had your Codex originally, you had MADBULLS, you had Eastern Stars in there. But VIRTUS.PRO, I feel like, has been a team that's just been consistently getting better every single day. Like, I actually wonder if we could even, you know, maybe into the first day of phase 2, look at the points per day and how they've been on like a steep incline, or at least it's felt like that. It seems like no team in these lobbies, except maybe MADBULLS, can stop them.
Yeah, the first day or two for them was just not there, was it? It was barely existent. But since then, they really ironed out the kinks, and I think that VIRTUS.PRO is looking like a championship caliber team. That's
I knew it.
A CCT. It's the first time someone play the air horns. It's come out. There we go. It's the championship caliber team. Look at
air horns, right?
I don't have my soundboard unfortunately hooked up. But if I did, I would press the button. Sorry.
I'm not sure. Would you? Okay, let's take a look, though, at her MVP of the day. I don't want to ask you guys to predict because, Max, we're probably going to lose again, to be honest. So let's take a look who her MVP of the day was. Again, $1,000 for the MVP of the entire, well, I guess it's of the finals, and it's actually going to be Crypto coming through.
Ooh, and the YouTube chat goes wild. 100% for that one. Yeah, okay. Unicorns of Love, sure, they get themselves some few good games in when it comes to today. Still not able to make into the late game as a 4-man to really try and dominate and get those wins, but when they get a few individual players like Crypto, like IC, they can perform like that, so it's good to see. But man, 15 eliminations was an average survival time of almost 18 minutes. That is some good conversions for Crypto, so good for him, but we still want to see that team effort from Unicorns of Love that is still lacking from time to time.
Yeah, I think there was
I can see some.
There was a lot of moments, Jason, throughout the day where they were very close to being able to get the chicken dinner, right? And it just didn't quite go their way. Of course, on Sanhok, that is rough because anything can really happen on Sanhok. It's a bit of a mixed bag, as it were. But the fact that he gets 15 eliminations over the day across the 4/5 games that they actually played is pretty nuts. That's a big ratio for him to be able to put out. So great stuff.
Okay. Well, let's actually take a look at our results from the day, though. Obviously, a fantastic job by Crypto to get the MVP. We'll see if we can maybe do it yet again in phase 2. But the matches in the day, I think that's what's important for people at home to keep in mind. We've had 6 matches in total. We've obviously had some things switch up from our previous day. I mean, we had SHOCKWAVE starting the day off here with a fantastic chicken dinner, and GameLord even getting one, which it feels like it's been forever since then. But I guess I'll just do it for you verbally here. SHOCKWAVE, you got Big, you got Na'Vi, GameLord, MUERTE, and then VIRTUS.PRO at the very end as our 6 winners on the day. You know, again, not really many big elimination games today like we've had previously.
Yeah, I feel like overall it's been a little bit less dominant from some of the top teams. Of course, you have that first game from SHOCKWAVE and Miramar with 13 eliminations, but it feels like the lobby has leveled up. I don't know if you both agree or in line with my thought here, but we have a lot of teams that actually stepped up. They were able to contest versus the top teams of the first 3 days and are now like rivaling those kind of positions. We saw it with VIRTUS.PRO, see it with other teams like Death Machine, etc. that have been also able to get some nice improvements throughout the day. SHOCKWAVE. So yeah, I feel like it's a lot harder for a team to just get a win. Was like, what was it, 18 eliminations. It's going to be harder because teams have just got used to this lobby now, and it's just harder to be able to dominate as much as we saw before.
Okay, well, moving on from this here. I'm curious to see what our overall points are going to be with the addition of Livik at the very end here. See if we have had some mix-ups in some of the standings, as I think we've already know about a couple of them happening. Remember, it's just like 1 or 2 points additional for some teams, but in the end, it could be those 1 or 2 points that change how the entire finals go.
And I think when you look at this, obviously we're expecting MADBULLS and VIRTUS.PRO to be up here doing well. When you think a little bit lower than that, though, for PIONER and Death Machine, damn, this has been a good phase, especially for PIONER, who really wasn't for a long time kind of at the forefront of our minds. They were kind of our peripheral vision a little bit, but 231 points, being able to overtake teams like GameLord and Eastern Stars, that is a big win for them, I think. So congratulations to PIONER for this phase 1 performance.
Yeah, towards the end, he got a lot more in line with the scrims, unfortunately, for a lot of the original Western European teams. Like, the CIS domination is big. Top 3 teams, all from CIS region. And actually, 4th place is not even CIS, it's teams like technically from the Arabia region, where you got yourself players like NASA that were able to join the roster too, are happy, etc. So it's great to see on their side. Some domination. It took some time to get in that position, but I still want to see your GameLord, Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love. Like, we need to see these guys be on top, because we don't want this to become PMPL CIS right now. We want to see some Western European teams be on top.
Taking a look at the second page, though, we do see Na'Vi in 10th place, at least able to bump themselves up. I remember seeing them in like 15th for the longest time around then. MUERTE as well moved up to 11th, so not a bad job for that one match, able to shoot them up the leaderboards here and climb a little bit further. And then we see the rest of the teams, ARB champions, RUTHLESS as well here, and I'm assuming next team's going to be down there towards the very bottom. But again, it's a clean slate coming into next week, so this is the chance for any of the teams here to obviously take those 4 days, really review what's been going right for them or what's been going wrong, make some major adjustments, like if you're TJB, because they need to make something happen for them. They have every advantage in the world right now when it comes to PMGC with them and GameLord, and with them, at least in particular, not performing well, they could be saying goodbye to the biggest event of the year.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. TJB also were a team that could potentially be in the race for the race to PMGC, technically, with them being able to win the finals of the previous season. Like, they had a chance to make it happen. I think this one phase alone might have just ruined completely their chances of making it to PMGC. Maybe. We'll have to see. Normally, next week, we should have the exact points of where the teams stand for the entry point to PMGC, but I think this first phase just ruined it for them. So that's a very, very early end of the story, if that's the case.
And with the tournament being the way it is, with these big teams coming in and also slowly performing better and better, VIRTUS.PRO, I think Na'Vi also had a better day today compared to some of the other days that they've had. It gets harder to make those recoveries in the next phases as well, because you have these big titans to contend with that have been added to the play days, to these lobbies. So for TJB, a recovery will be even more difficult than previous seasons, if you get my drift.
Yeah, especially when you have MADBULL pulled 300 points in the first phase. And they pull another if they pull 300 points every league phase, or every phase I should say, that's 900 points alone. And that might actually put them ahead of some teams who have played out already a prior season of PMPL. So we'll obviously see and keep track of that as we do go on. But it's time to see, though, how many points teams earned into the finals. Remember, the points they earn at the end of the league phase, or the ranking they should be at, of each phase, I should say, sorry, determines how many points they get straight into the finals. Let's get a look, actually, at where currently teams stand. In phase 1, MADBULLS on 20 points.
Ooh, okay, MADBULLS, I mean, MADBULLS, clearly, if they can replicate what they did in this first phase, like, that is scary. And VIRTUS.PRO, if they can start the next phase at the level we saw in these last 3 days of play, like, VIRTUS.PRO are contending to be first place of like the next phase, potentially even phase number 3. Like VIRTUS.PRO, sure, it took time to get to that point, but I think that Kalaris, and I don't know if you agree too, but like they are clear contenders for the throw right now. This VIRTUS.PRO is VIRTUS.PRO I want to need. Is the one I want to see for the rest of the event.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of moments where you see them approaching circles or finding a decent spot in a circle where I'm thinking to myself, okay, and this is why I'm making the predictions from them. Like, for example, this even a Livik game, technically. I'm like, okay, this team has got the chops to be able to move forwards and get a win off of here, and then they do it, and it's like, okay, that's a little bit of a scary presence in these lobbies for all these other teams to compete with.
Yeah, very scary presence indeed. But as we round things out here, you can see XTEAM still getting 1 point. So they're only 19 points behind MADBULLS right now, which in the end isn't that horrible. However, it becomes worse and worse for you the more times you're going to have a bad placing. Imagine getting 1 point next time, you'll be up to 2, they'll be up to 40, and now you're 38 points behind. Okay, no one corrected me, so I know I'm correct on that one. But gentlemen, I mean, that's been it. That's been our first phase. I know we've changed up the format quite a bit here since the last PMPL, but we've all been enjoying it. Hopefully you guys at home have been enjoying it as well as the players, obviously, because we care very deeply about their opinion of how everything has been going. But I do have to leave you guys with this. We have 4 days until we're back here. But when we are back, it's the beginning of phase 2, and teams start from scratch. We'll see you guys then for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Nothing is the same, but I'll back. I'll back. 'Cause we're